Hi, everybody. How are you today? Everybody, everybody. Hey, everybody, how are you doing? Everybody, how are you doing? Everybody, everybody. Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. How are you doing? How are you doing? How are you doing? Everybody, how are you doing? Where you going? What you doing? Everybody, how are you? Everybody, gonna get you. Everybody. Or watch some stuff on girlfriends.
Them, right? So, although that is true, it is a nation that if you convince them, then you can convince the rest of the world. Like advancing society, Americans already are on board. Why are you being left behind?
Exactly. Exactly. And a lot of times they'll say, well, Americans are on board because this is good. You should be on board too. But
Yeah,
if you come back and poll Americans, we're like, well, we didn't want that. They made us take it. Like, what do you
yeah,
do?
yeah, yeah.
Don't use
Th-
us as an example.
yeah, this is how they are pushing the um, alphabet thing. It started there, but it was at the same time all over. It started at the worst countries in Europe.
Wow, everybody. Come on, Lupin, come on the show.
The ones that haven't offered much.
Lupin, Lupin, Lupin. Ooh, oh, crazy. Oh, crazy.
How many UFO sightings have happened in the world? They have put dots on the map, and you can see that 98% of the world's sightings are in the States. Like, funny that, you know. But now that I went back to my downloads all the way back to, I don't know, maybe a year earlier, because I haven't backed up this directory. I'm backing it up, but because I am using some files, I cannot, it stays here. I keep finding
Hi,
interesting things that I could share. This is a picture of the LISS, we call it.
nice show. Oh,
Why would an astronaut do that?
Steven?
Why? Now, there's also something very interesting that is not notable. You cannot see it in this picture, but I have documentaries on from the ISS from its beginning, from its birth.
Hi, Lupin.
Hey, can you
Lupin?
pause it? Yeah,
Are you
can
there?
you hear me? Can you? Hello?
Lupin, are you there? I have a hard time hearing you. Lupin, Lupin takes a
Hey, yep,
Lupin.
yep, 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 yep.
Are you there, Lupin?
Hello.
There you are.
Turn off whatever you're watching.
Oh, I did. How are you today?
I'm good. Oh, you got like a fan or something. Can you lower
Oh,
your volume?
yeah.
Hello?
How are you today?
I'm good. How are you? What's cool? I'm good.
Doing nothing much. Yeah. Uh, did anyone debate you last night?
No.
Oh, sorry about that. Who could
You want
stop?
you want you want to debate about something?
Nah,
Who's
but
a better wrestler, man? Who's your favorite wrestler?
I have all kinds of them. Stone Cold, Hulk Hogan.
Austin 316
Yeah,
versus The Rock.
yeah, he's great too. Oh,
Yeah.
uh, uh, Aiden said he would like to talk to you on your show or something.
I'll talk to him, but I mean, if he just starts getting on my nerves, then I got better things to do.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Would you ever debate him and over evolution versus creation?
You want to see a Kent Hovind video, the one of the newest ones?
Yeah. You know what he called Father Charles a fat Catholic?
Yeah, I saw that. That's that was pretty. That was a good burn, man. That was pretty. Here we go. I have to.
Creation. And video
Okay,
2 answered the question,
pause.
what is the evidence for Noah's flood? And this video
Hey,
Yeah,
did you have to? Did you have to allow me to play that?
yeah.
Okay. I can't play that by. I can't play that without you allowing me to, right?
Now I think so.
Okay.
video is dedicated to refuting evolution. Matt, did you want to go over the format or structure for this next episode in our Creation Science series?
Yes. Firstly, we will be
We got a lot of matter in the world. Where did it come from? You can't squeeze a cup of water into a dot smaller than an atom, let alone the whole Pacific Ocean and the whole United States and the whole world and all the planets and all the stars. It's so stupid to believe something like that. Tell them I said so. Stupid. That's dumb. Not true. But that's the Big Bang Theory in a nutshell. Then you'd have to have what's called chemical evolution. The chemicals, because their Big Bang Theory, they say, produced hydrogen. Okay? Chemical evolution. All right, let's see. Big Bang created
Where is everybody?
Maybe a lot of them are tired from last night, I guess.
hydrogen
Oh, okay.
and helium and a little bit of lithium. The heavy elements came later. Well, how did that happen? How do you turn helium into gold, silver, and platinum? I'd like to learn how to do that. Okay. Hydrogen and helium atoms emerged 379,000 years after the Big Bang. How would they know something like that? This is just pure imagination. It's storytelling, is all it is. So the Big Bang produced hydrogen, helium, and a little bit of lithium. Okay, well, then I got a question. We got 92 naturally occurring elements plus the synthetic ones, and you can't fuse forming. Nobody's ever seen a star form.
Do you think?
Globe for a million years. Well, that's a lot of
Just gonna skip around a little bit.
Like moths, and now you're changing the ratio of the population, but you're not changing the moth. The peppered moth story.
What do you think about evolution?
I don't know. I heard all kinds of stuff about it.
You think that it could be faked?
I don't know.
No, you haven't seen any of the evidence.
They said they have fossils of people, like fossils like common ancestor and stuff like that.
You think we're monkeys or that we came from apes? Do you think we're like animals?
Uh, I don't know.
Not sure.
Not sure. Oh, Cass, here's this thing I found on Facebook.
Government agents. Many
What's up?
Here's this funny thing I found on Facebook. This guy, I guess, made it. Uh, of Darwin and Dawkins and stuff. It's funny.
Dawkins is a little bit of a god hater. What do you think of Dawkins?
I think it makes fun of Dawkins. Yeah, it's funny. Here's another one where it. You remember the Lion King? But you see a chicken. It looks in the sky and the dinosaur says, T-Rex, remember who you are. It's funny.
Dr. Lennox.
The anthropic principle, as you state, Richard, I think is a complete truism. Of course, we have to be in such and such a kind of planet of the kind that we could appear on. That does not answer the question how we came to exist on it. And I fear I have to disagree with you on Darwinism. Darwinism does not
Gangster, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I don't see you. Can you change the layout?
Oh, how would you like it? This? This?
Put the one where the video's on top.
That good?
There's another one. What's up, Stump?
Oh, hi, Stump.
There's another one. That might
good?
be it. Yeah.
explain life. It may explain certain things about what happens when you've got life. But evolution assumes the existence of a mutating replicator. It does not explain how that replicator came to exist in the first place. Now, that's a major discussion. I want to address the who designed the designer question, because it's the old schoolboy question, who created God? I'm actually very surprised to find it as a central argument in your book, because it assumes that God is created. And I'm not surprised, therefore, that you call the book The God Delusion, because created gods are by definition a delusion. Now, I know, and I ought to explain, that Richard doesn't like people who say to him that they don't believe in the God he doesn't believe in. But I think that this is possibly touching a sore spot, because you leave yourself wide open to the charge. After all, you are arguing that God is a delusion. And in order to weigh your argument, I said that it is you who's arguing that God is a delusion.
Oh, sorry. All right.
And in order to weigh that argument, I need to know what you mean by God. And if you say, if there is a God, you have to ask who created God, that means that you're reduced to thinking about created gods. Well, none of us believe in created gods, Jews, Muslims, or Christians. And I think that argument then is entirely beside the point, and perhaps you ought to put it on your shelf marked celestial teapots where it belongs. Be distressed by that. But finally, a word about miracles. This is a massive subject. You claim with David Hume that miracles violate the laws of nature. Well, David Hume's a very curious person to quote on this topic, because David Hume didn't believe really in the laws of cause and effect on which laws of nature are founded. He didn't believe in causality, and he didn't appear to believe in the principle of induction. And so that he's not a very good authority to quote. Secondly, I do not think that miracles are violations of the laws of nature, because the laws of nature describe what normally happens. God, who is the God of this universe and created it with its regularities, is perfectly at liberty to feed a new event into the universe. Just as C.S. Lewis makes a point, if I put $2 plus $2 in my desk tonight, $4. If I find in the morning there is $1, I don't say that the laws of arithmetic have been broken. I say the laws of Alabama have been broken.
What?
I think the book, The God Delusion, gives the game away in the dedication at the front of the book to Douglas Adams, where he says, isn't it enough to see that a garden is beautiful without having to believe that there are fairies at the bottom of it too? Now, you do a brilliant job at getting rid of the fairies, though it must be said that most of them didn't believe in them anyway. But when you see the beauty of a garden, say, in New College in Oxford, do you believe there's no gardener or no owner? That its sublime beauty has come about from raw nature by pure chance? Of course not. For gardens are to be distinguished
to stop believing bullshit just because a motherfucker tell you bullshit with a
Wrong clip.
else with an obviously false set of alternatives. Either we take gardens on their own or the garden plus fairies. But they don't appear on their own. They have gardeners and owners. So does the universe. You say there's no evidence of God, and yet your very description of the universe as a garden bears witness that the evidence is all around you.
I broke my back.
Blind faith can be very dangerous, especially if it's coupled with a blind obedience to an evil authority. And that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to emphasize, is true whether the blind faith is that of religious or secular people. But not all faith is blind faith, because faith itself carries with it the ideas of belief, trust, commitment, and is therefore only as robust as the evidence for it. I can't speak authoritatively for other religions, but faith in the Christian sense is not blind. And indeed, I do not know a serious Christian who thinks it is. Indeed, as I read it, blind faith in idols and figments of the human imagination, in other words, delusional gods, is roundly condemned in the Bible. My faith in God and Christ as the Son of God is no delusion. It is rational and evidence-based. Part of the evidence is objective. Some of it comes from science.
Want to take a little break from this?
Okay. Can I show you a funny picture, funny meme I found of Richard Dawkins?
Sure. I'm gonna find something too.
Watch. It says DNA shows you are a human being. You are not evolving. We are evolving. I will show you the strong. Was that funny?
Let me see.
What do you think of that?
I can't see it.
Oh, you couldn't see it?
Nah. It was
Here. See if you can see it now.
Upon me. And with me now is a man who has been called history's greatest questioner, which is perfect because I've been called history's greatest womanizer. Prophet Socrates, thank you for joining me.
Oh, I'm not a prophet.
Well, you are now, because whenever I talk about any important person from history, I say that he's a prophet of Islam. It's an easy way to convince that person's followers to believe in me.
It might be better to speak the truth and not make stupid claims.
A prophet of Islam says what?
What?
A prophet of Islam says what?
What?
Alhamdulillah. Now we have even more proof that I am a prophet of the great God Allah. Even the prophet Socrates spoke about me.
So, you can write now?
No, I just draw pictures.
I thought pictures were forbidden.
Stupid book!
So, you claim to be an expert in religious matters.
Peace be upon me. You can ask me any question, and I shall answer it.
Well, I've been reading your book, and I'm a little confused as to your view of creation.
Peace be upon me. You've come to the answer, man.
You say in chapter 30, verse 20 of the Quran, that Allah created human beings from dust.
Hi, Deviant.
Hello.
Hi, Deviant. How are you?
Hi. Hi. I'm good.
That's good. Sorry I didn't come on last night. I was sleeping.
Yeah, we got that. It's okay. You sounded very tired.
Yeah.
You sounded very tired.
How you been today?
I've been good. We streamed for in total about almost 12 hours. I think 11 hours.
Wow.
Yeah, 10 or 11 hours. Yeah, I know.
Hey,
Just
Gangster.
kept on going and going and going and going and going.
I'm about to head out here, like in about 15 minutes.
Okay. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, I'll stick around for a little bit, but good to see you, Deviant.
Yeah, good to see you. Oh,
Hope you're doing
what
well.
are you watching?
This is funny.
We're just
David
watching
Wood.
a couple different things. Yeah.
David Wood's funny. He had this show where he had his buddy as Mohammed. It's funny.
You want to keep playing?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Dust.
Peace be upon me. Allah indeed created us from dust.
And dust is dry, is it not?
Dry. Peace be upon me.
Yet in chapter 24, verse 45, the Quran declares that Allah creates every living creature from water.
Yes, yes. Water is the substance from which Allah has created all living things.
And human beings are living creatures, are they not?
Peace be upon me.
So human beings are created from water.
Peace be upon me.
Isn't water wet?
Peace be upon me.
And wet is the opposite of dry?
Peace be upon me.
So, according to the Quran, human beings were created from dust, which is dry, and also created from water, which is the opposite of dry. Human beings were thus created from that which is simultaneously dry and not dry.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Zakanek. What do I do when I've been caught in a contradiction? Thank you for rescuing me yet again. I'll see you soon. Well, whenever you're done hiding, wherever it is you're hiding to avoid prosecution. Prophet Socrates, the angel Gabriel has given me the answer. When the great God Allah created man, he took some water and mixed it with some dust, thus creating mud. And Allah created man by shaping this mud into a man.
So, Allah is sharing his recipe for making man, like mixing a cocktail or baking a cake. Mix 1 part water with 2 parts dust, then take the mud and shape it into man.
Peace be upon me. Allah takes multiple substances and stirs them together to create a man.
And yet, Allah says in chapter 19, verse 67 of the Quran, "But does not man call to mind that we created him before out of nothing?"
Alhamdulillah. Allah is the best of creators. He creates from nothing.
Aren't dust, water, and mud something?
Peace be upon me.
And something is the opposite of nothing, is it not?
I don't like where you're going with this. Maybe nothing is another ingredient that Allah mixes with the water and the dust.
I'm sure Allah could have quite the cooking channel based on his recipes for creating things. He sounds like Gordon Ramsay with the Infinity Gauntlet. But according to chapter 3, verse 47 of the Quran, when Allah creates, he simply says, be, and it is.
Peace be upon me. As I have said, Allah is the best of creators.
So Allah creates simply by saying the word be, and yet he creates by some lengthy step-by-step process where he mixes together different ingredients and fashions them into a certain shape before breathing into them. Clearly, this goes far beyond simply saying the word be.
I don't see a problem.
Are you familiar with the law of non-contradiction?
Sounds like pagan philosophy.
Your God sounds like the God of contradiction.
Oh, yeah? Well, you're correct that Allah has a saying. He says be, and it is. But I also have a saying. Do you want to know what it is?
Do enlighten me.
Allahu Akbar!
Here's all kinds of odd videos he made. It's pretty funny. Have you ever seen any from Miss Outcast?
Never.
Yeah.
I've never heard of him. I've never seen him. I never. No.
Deviant, you study Egyptology, right?
Yep.
So you know a lot about
I have a
Sahara?
master's.
You know about the Sahara Desert and
Sorry? I know about.
you know about the deserts around Egypt?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Do you have you seen the whales that are in the desert?
The whales that you were talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I told you first I wasn't aware of them. And then I Googled and realized that you were talking about those that were found up at the Delta.
How do you think they got there?
How they got there? Well, it is the Delta, and the Delta is adjacent to the Mediterranean. So it's not very strange that they are there. I mean, had they been out like
In the desert? It's not strange that they're in the desert.
not if they are in desert just at the Mediterranean Sea and the Delta. The Delta is when the Nile is inundated. That whole area, more or less, back in days. Today, it's different
Water?
because of the Aswan Dam.
It'd be a
The
lot more
Delta
water
gets
there.
yes, exactly.
Yeah. Let's see. Let me check this one out. How old do you think the Earth is?
Like 13
Million?
something. No, billion.
Billion?
Yeah.
Why not to the thousandth power?
Sorry, thousand hour.
Yeah, if you go to million, why don't you go to like infinity squared?
Yeah, 4.5. Yeah, 13.4. That's the universe. 4.5 billion.
Gangster, do you like Trey Smith?
Yeah, he's great. Oh, I show him the other day to everyone.
You want to see a pretty good? Let me see.
But what do you
Unless
mean?
you
Why
got
don't you go to? I mean, it's not me who makes up these numbers.
right. Where do you get your numbers from?
I get it from those who have studied and made a determination. Those who actually
Are
do
required
the
for the
science.
planet, little tiny anyway. I'm sure with the larger creatures, Noah was smart enough to
Dang.
bring the found here
Wait.
is
Wait.
the absolute and
Wait.
total evidence that
Can you pause for a second? This isn't showing on your channel, Gangster Ghost.
It's not.
Or is it?
I can see it.
Wait. Yeah. It is. I'm stupid. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'm just asking him if he could play. If you got something you want to
Yeah.
share, share it.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
displays.
Perfect.
In
Thank you.
layman's terms, and in but if we go with like, by the way, including super tanker, but if we go with more realistic numbers on the pairs of animals that we're going to need, including all of the dinosaurs and their kinds, by the way, would actually be in totality something more like 21,000 animals in total. In layman's terms, that's roughly 12% of this enormous boat. Yes, indeed. From a shipping perspective, a genetic and speciation perspective, as well as a bottom line mathematical perspective, going with the highest possible numbers on your species counts. Yes, this boat will do the job. Switching gears to the monkeys to men missing link claims within evolution, it was the famous fraud Piltdown Man, which actually got evolution taught within the public schools. This was a fraud that lasted roughly 40 years until just about everyone involved with it was dead. Imagine researchers' surprise.
You have a problem with that?
No, it's not true that it took that long. It took that long to get definitive the scientific proofs because of or thanks to, I should say, the dating methods used. Because when it was found, we didn't have C14 dating. But immediately when it was found, the majority of people who actually are educated within the not paleontology but archaeology and anthropology, I believe it was. I believe one of them were anthropologists. I could be mistaken there. Recognize that there was something off with this.
Do you at least see that there's been a lot of hoaxes whenever it comes to the evolutionary theory? Just a quick answer. And then I'll play this, and I'm about to head out.
Oh.
I mean, has there been hoaxes? Yeah, the Piltdown Man was a hoax. Has there been a lot of hoaxes that has actually been considered being true by the scientific community? No.
Java Man, yeah. There's been a few of them. let me continue playing this, and then I'll let you have the floor. Okay.
Sure.
All right.
When they finally had the opportunity to actually investigate the claimed one and only missing link that had the head of a human skeleton and tacked on the bottom the jawbone of an orangutan. You could actually go through entire lists of these that turned out to be hoaxes. The current claimed missing link for evolution is called Lucy.
By the way,
There is no such thing as a missing link.
This is a 10-year-old. This is a 10-year-old. Yeah, I agree with you there. But this is a 10-year-old video, by the way.
The original claims about Lucy were that if it had little feet, that they'd be little human feet. If it had hands, notice it's missing all these parts, there'd be little humanish hands. That if it had a complete skull, that we could tell that it was a humanish skull. And finally, that the pelvis bone, if it was complete and not broken, would show that this small monkey walked upright, which wouldn't matter even if it did, because you have monkeys today that walk upright. Nonetheless, we found many Lucy's at this point with their little hands, their little feet, their little heads, and their little pelvises. And this is how Lucy is commonly depicted at museum exhibits. Sort of looks a little like a mud-covered swamp thing coming forth from a late-night science flick, emerging forth to scare the kids as they walk through, doesn't it? Nonetheless, if we were to do a more realistic and critical recreation of the small African monkey Lucy, or
that is not a more
an
realistic.
ape using modern knowledge, and more specifically modern knowledge of the bone structures of these cute little creatures right here. If I follow the very long arms down to the little monkey hands, little ape hands, bones are important. The Africa, part human of drawings, and there are plenty of plastic Monkey Man museum displays. In layman's terms and in tangible reality, there are millions and millions and millions of these, and there are definitely millions and millions and millions of these, but nowhere on the whole planet Earth do there seem to actually be any of these. And it's not for lack of looking. And the truth is that you would need enormous pockets of evolving primates. There should literally be billions of missing links. A Planet of the Apes world with evidence so easy to find that kids should find these things on their scouting trips, no matter where they are in the world. Just like they find
that
seashells,
is not how it works.
giant
He doesn't know
clams
what
in
he's
the end.
talking about.
Yeah, I'll let you have the floor. I gotta disagree with you, but I mean,
Of course, I get that.
Yeah, he finds the evidence. He goes out there. If you present some evidence, that'd be cool. I'd like to hear it, but yeah.
Well, there is a bunch of evidence.
Wolf?
Yeah.
What the? Whose show is this?
Mine.
Gangsters.
All you need to do is
Yeah,
get education that's not from YouTube.
Yeah, but we get education from every form. I guarantee you've gotten some education.
Hey, it's good to
from
see you,
YouTube,
Lupin. Please
and
don't
you
run
went to
away.
YouTube
Hang out and talk to me.
Actually not.
So Piltdown Man was Piltdown Man. Let me talk about Piltdown Man real quick. Piltdown Man was discovered a hoax by scientists, not by creationists.
Yeah.
As was Nebraska Man. So I'll add that.
That is correct.
The evidence of Lupin ran away.
Hi, Lupin. Hi. Hi, everybody.
Go on, Big Dad Mama.
One second.
In terms of the age of the Earth, it's been measured from moon rocks. We've measured it from meteors. We've measured Earth rocks at about 4 billion years old. The reason we don't find older ones is because the crust of the Earth recycles, and so you just don't find crust that's that old. But this is done by physicists who are, measuring half-lives. So unless Lupin has evidence that these methods, all of them don't work, then where's his evidence that the Earth is 6,000 years old?
Yeah,
Except
there are
for
no.
genealogy in Genesis. Lupin, why don't you come back?
I was going to talk to Lupin. I don't know why he always.
Yeah, I'd be really interested if he actually has those evidence, those evidence. I'd be really interested in hearing them and seeing what he's come up with. I'd also be very impressed, I have to say.
Yeah, he showed that funny video earlier of David Wood. It's funny where he had Muhammad meets Socrates. It was funny. Yeah, all kinds of funny shows. Have you ever seen him, Brother Pike?
Wait, say that again. What? Hello?
David Wood. He's a funny guy.
I don't know him. I think I've heard you talk about him. I'm kind of mad that Lupin left. I've been trying to email him and catch up with him and say hey, and somehow he's gotten mad at me, but I'd like to remind him I'm the only person in that infamous private meeting who took up for him.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Lupin,
We think big memory.
I just think he showed a bunch of pseudoscience and then ran away when we were going to talk about it. It's kind of weird.
Sorry.
It's really weird.
It's like he just wanted to show his stuff and then get out as quickly as possible, which is kind of disrespectful to the channel in a way.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay, Logan.
You shouldn't be. It's not your fault.
Yeah, you didn't do anything.
No.
He does this all the time.
Yeah. Brother Pike, what would you like to call the show tonight?
I've been thinking about it, Logan. Because I don't know exactly what I'm going to be talking about. I'm going back and forth for a topic. But as soon as I settle into the topic,
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
You're roboting a little bit, Christian, I think.
hey, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
guys.
you're
I'm always
roboting
in that
big,
area.
Pike. That's all right. We forgive you, Brother Pike.
I don't know why I always have bad service continually. It's like a running joke at this point.
Yeah. I think it's all Achilles' fault.
I'm happy for it.
Yeah.
Anyways, I got to hop off, guys.
You...
I just want to come say hello.
Yeah.
Hi, Christian.
If Lupin comes back as soon as I leave, that'll tell you everything you need to know about why he left.
See you later, Brother Pike.
All right, see you guys.
See you, Christian.
Go ahead, what else would you like to say, Big Bad Mama?
Oh, I was going to say we have several evidence that Lucy walked upright. And, I didn't really hear what that guy was saying
That's Trace Smith
about it, but I think he seemed to say that he was that Lucy was an ape.
Yeah, vilket är... Oh, sorry.
What's that?
No, I was writing in Swedish, so when I started speaking, it came out in Swedish. I was going to say which is ridiculous.
I mean, we have that they have that area where the spine enters the skull, and the orientation of that
Yeah.
is one such evidence. another evidence I think is found in the femur as well as the knee, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the knee.
Yeah,
They also think though that Lucy probably had times where she was in tree areas. You know, she was going from open ground into
Yeah.
vegetated areas, and so she could. I think her, feet are such that she would still be good for climbing in trees. So I think that's kind of what the idea is now, that during that era there were patches of forested area with areas of open savanna or something like that. And so
Yeah.
a transition, I would imagine.
Exactly.
Would you ever like to have a discussion with him on here?
No, not if he's going to do that. I mean,
well, if he doesn't do that,
I don't know. I've just never been able to have a discussion with him, I guess. I mean, I think I've had one or two, but I mean, if he's just going to play his video and that's going to be, instead of having his own points, he has this other guy put forward points for him, and then he just bails. Why play the video to begin with, unless you're just trying to get propaganda out there, but you don't really understand what you're playing or how to defend it. That's what it looks like to me, is he has no defense of the points that were made in that video. So he just plays a video, a YouTube video, like it holds any weight scientifically.
even the Povert guy stopped by and said hi.
Oh, Steven?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah. But how you been today? Were you up late last night?
Was I what?
Up late. Oh, I forgot. You said that you can't post anything for a week, I guess. Is that true?
No, I just said I'm busy for like a couple weeks, and I couldn't debate on something because I don't really have time to prepare for a topic like that. I'm just doing too much, and like a debate like that takes preparation and time, and I just don't really see the benefit in debating somebody like Lupin.
I mean,
I'll have a discussion with him like we were just going to have, but he didn't want to have it.
I mean, you said you couldn't post that Westby thing for a week.
Oh yeah, no, I'm going to post that tomorrow, I think. And I've kind of patched together the interview that we did, and then I'm going to put one of his piano pieces in there and a piece of his short film in there, and then I'm going to post it.
Oh, that's that was a very, very good interview you had with him.
Yeah, it was
Cool.
really good. It was
Cool.
really, really good.
I mean, he's an interesting guy, and I wanted that to get out there because he's got a reputation in the community that, he's got this vision, and for some people it flies in the face of scripture, which I don't really care about because I don't believe the scripture anyway. But I just wanted to put the details of his life out there because I thought those were interesting, and people needed to have a complete picture of this individual that they didn't have before.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, and
awesome.
I think you did an excellent job.
Yeah, you did
Thank
good.
you. Thank you. I thought he did. He did an excellent job of kind of keeping
really
to
did.
that.
Yeah, he really did, and I think he was more relaxed because he got to say what he wanted to say. He got to talk about the vision and stuff, and he wasn't pressured to like feeling attacked.
Right, right. And we had a nice discussion backstage with him after the debate, Logan and I,
Oh,
which was good. And that's where he said, you know, I can use any of his videos on his channel as part of the interview. So
Oh, that's good.
that was nice. Yeah, and we just kind of talked about it. It turns out he lived in a part of San Diego that I lived, and we lived 2 blocks from one another. At different times, but it was just
Okay.
kind of interesting. He knew the same streets I knew, and
that's
it was cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome.
Did you guys have a good discussion last night after I left? Did you guys keep going for a while?
Well, there when Mark Reed came in.
Lupin's back.
Yes, Lupin, you're back. Let's discuss this.
Oh, nope. Are you there?
Oh, so Mark Reed
he's-
came back then after.
No, it's just, I mean, we streamed in a total of around 11 hours, 10, 11 hours.
Wow.
I think it was 2 or 3 o'clock. I think it was like 3 p.m. when we finished the stream.
What's up, Big Mama and Gigi?
Hi.
Hello.
Lupin, what's happening?
What's up, man? What, you had something to say?
Well, you just kind of bailed. I mean, you showed this video, and
I
then
didn't bail. I said I had some things to do, and I'm doing some, so I'm on my phone. What's up?
well, we answered some of the things that were in your video there.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't see the part about the fossils out in the desert before that, but in terms of
Which fossils?
I don't know what it was, but
The
it
whale
was something.
fossils in the desert?
What's that?
The whale fossils in the desert?
I guess that was it. Yeah, but I think we talked about this before.
Yeah, and that it wasn't part of the video. He just asked
Yeah,
about it.
you think that could be caused by a flood?
No,
I
you wouldn't have
no,
you wouldn't have those bones like
What
that.
about you, Deviant?
No, I think it's the result of the coastline hasn't always been the way it is. Also,
You should see if the Egypt has any flood legend.
well, Egypt do have a flood legend. I do know that.
Can you look it up
Well, I can tell it to you here
and
and
pull
now.
it up on the screen?
You would have all those bones
I can tell
scattered
you-
all over the place in a
I
flood
know
like that.
they do. I could do it, but I'm on my phone and it doesn't let me share.
I can tell you the flood story. I know it verbatim.
About what?
Tell
The flood story from ancient Egypt.
Okay, who were the characters?
The characters were one of the sun gods, Ra. He was kind of annoyed with the humans because they didn't give him as much offerings and pay him as much attention as he wanted to anymore. So he ordered the goddess Sekhmet. She's a lion goddess who is connected with warfare, plague,
And destruction.
yeah, warfare,
The ancient.
plague.
Yeah, it is Ra and Hathor.
No, Ra and Sekhmet.
So not the goddess Hathor.
No, I miss Hathor.
Why is that?
Because later on in Egypt's history, the goddess Hathor and Sekhmet kind of partly merged into one. This happened with a lot of their gods.
Yeah, they had those rituals.
What rituals?
Egyptian rituals, pagan
No, I
rituals.
mean the different gods throughout time. I mean, we're talking about 3,000 years of Egyptian culture. So during that time, several gods kind of merged together into one, almost a composite god, and they took on each other's not epithets, but words. Egenskaper. Fuck. Sorry. What's the word for when your abilities?
Cognitive abilities.
No, that's the one I'm lacking,
Joe
apparently.
Biden. The kids rub my hair and it turns gold, and don't mess with them women. Do you watch
What's
the?
your point, Lupin, about the flood myths? So, the Nile flooded during the spring every year. Of course, these cultures had flood myths.
Yeah,
In
do you know about the
Mesopotamia,
Chinese?
you had the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, and
Yeah,
they
the
had spring
Sumerian
flooding, and
creation myth.
the spring flooding brought in new soil and renewal for crops, and of course, they had mythologies built around
Okay, so
floods.
Yeah,
the
all these
idea
places have.
with
So that. Well, let me just say this real quick, and I'll let you get it. I mean, to me, that just goes to show you that there was a great. If all of these countries and all these civilizations say there was a flood, I would say that would be a worldwide flood.
Okay, but
Why?
here's
They live
what
near
you have to
rivers.
wait. Here's what you have to understand. First of all, the ancient Egyptian flood story predates the biblical flood story.
Do you know? Do you know
In
the
the
six
Egyptian
empires that
in
ruled?
the Egyptian flood story, the world wasn't covered. The entire world wasn't covered. And what actually happened was Sekhmet was sent down to erase humanity, to eat them, to devour them, to slaughter them. But while she was doing that, Ra changed his mind. So, but he couldn't stop Sekhmet because she was in a fury. So he couldn't just say, "Hey, cut it out," and she would stop. She was drunk on human blood. So he inundated the desert with beer, which back then in Egypt was red because it was made from their bread. So it had a
Yeah,
reddish tint to it.
sure.
He flooded, so she drank thinking the water, the beer was actually blood. And she became drunk, fell asleep, and forgot the job. And as BBM, the flood, the Nile flooded each and every year, and it was incredibly important for the Egyptians that the flood actually, that the Nile flooded, inundated,
I'm pretty
and it
sure there was
happened
a lot of floods
every year.
everywhere.
And another thing is,
The
all of
Bible
these
says that, so
cultures,
that's why I
all of
believe it, and I see evidence of it.
okay, but that's not evidence, you see, because
I see it. I
something
see
happens
physical. I
every
see
single
physical
year.
evidence. I see physical evidence.
Okay, like,
So I mean, in life, I've seen it. So I mean, it's hard
have
to
you
prove what
seen?
I've already seen.
Have
I've
you
gone to the
seen?
Grand Canyon. I've gone
Yeah.
to, yeah, I've gone to waterfalls in Puerto
The Grand
Rico.
Canyon has nothing to do with the worldwide flood.
The world has to everything to do with the worldwide flood, so the whole world was affected. That's the whole point of a worldwide flood.
Yeah, and the thing is that we don't have any evidence. It also
I
doesn't
beg
work
to
from.
differ. We're gonna have to agree to disagree there,
Sure. Yeah, I
because
get it.
I could show
We
you
won't be able
the
to
evidence
find.
if you'd like to see it.
Of course, but I don't think that we will
We
come
don't have to do
Can
that
I
right
talk about
now.
the Grand Canyon?
No.
We can
So
do it another time, Deviant.
the Grand Canyon, each layer in the Grand Canyon represents a separate
How
biosystem.
much how
So
long do you think
I'm
those?
talking, Lupin. I'm
Well,
talking.
wait. Let me ask you a quick question about Grand Canyon. Those layers that you see in the Grand Canyon,
Yeah.
how much time separates in between each of those layers to you?
It depends on them. Some of them go
They
into
got
one
thousands of
another
layers.
without erosion, and some of them have erosion in between the layers. Some of them have animal tracks that are in them, and how would these be done in a global flood? Some of them have sand dune. There are sand dune layers
Dude,
there,
you know it's a washed up spillway.
aeolian
You
layers.
know
But
that there's a
each
washed up
each layer,
spillway, and the flood
most
would
of the
cause
Grand Canyon
erosion.
it represents times of rising and falling sea level. And that's you get
I
limestones
agree,
and you get beach deposits and that kind of thing. But
and it'd be pretty
each
chaotic in a
layer,
flood
Lupin, why do you just talk over people?
because
I'm
you're
saying
talking a lot. I'm sorry.
each layer. Well, the Grand Canyon isn't something you can just mention in a sentence. You brought it up.
Okay,
So
okay.
each layer represents a paleo ecosystem. So not only do you have fossils that are specific to that system, whether it be a beach or a limestone deposition or what have you, but the minerals that are in that also correspond to that system. So you would have in a beach, you would have rounded sand layers. In a sand dune, you would have sand. So it's impossible to have that in a global flood because you would have chaotic layers.
I
And you
disagree,
would
and I'm not going. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna disagree with you there. Whenever you say it's impossible, I disagree. I got to draw a line.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying that that's what you see in the
And
Grand
I don't
Canyon
think
in
your
terms of
evidence
the
backs it
layers.
up either.
The facts back it up. I mean,
No, I don't believe
go
so.
to the paleontology of each separate layer. Look at the organisms and
Are you
look
on a
at the
computer?
minerals. Look at the mineral types that are found in each layer, and you find exactly the paleo ecosystem where
Are
that
you on a
organism lives.
computer?
You do know that BBM is a geologist.
Are you on a
So you're
computer?
talking to a specialist.
Yeah, but I don't want to
BBM.
watch a video or something right now.
No, but you could pull up pictures. Pull up pictures of the Grand Canyon. I want to look at some pictures. I'm on my phone. I can't do it. If you don't mind.
Okay, well, I'm on my phone too, so I can't bring up a picture
Okay,
to you.
Deviant, how about you?
I want to mention
Yeah,
one
but I
more
will not
thing
know
about the.
what
I want to
picture.
mention one more thing
Just
about
Google
the.
Grand Canyon
I want to mention one more thing about the flood myths.
and share
Flood
screen.
myths.
Go ahead.
The flood myths are. I'm saying something about the flood myths right now. The flood myths are not all the same myths, and they differ in so many different aspects. The
Yeah,
reason of the flood, who survived, what they took with them, how they survived, what they did afterwards. If the
yeah,
flood
yeah,
myths
yeah, yeah.
arose from a, if the flood
I
myths,
hear you. Wait,
if the flood myths
wait,
arose,
you
listen,
keep on
Lupin,
going. You keep on going.
yeah,
You
well,
made a very good point.
you brought up these issues. If the flood
No, I know,
myths
but you made up a good
arose from a
point about
common
the different
source,
names. Like you made up a good point. I want to talk about it before you bring up 20 other things.
okay, but we were talking about that, so.
Okay, can we hold on? So you said that the legends that you, whenever you look at them, they vary in name,
Oh, they vary for the reasons for the flood, who
but they're
survived.
all explaining a flood, and usually that flood, those legends have a boat. They include a boat, and usually it includes a family on that boat.
Nope.
No.
Yes.
Nope. Nope.
You could look it up. I don't want to look it up for you. If you're not willing to do the research, then I'm not going to do it for you.
I mean, I
But it's very
already
easy to
know that
find.
it's
It's
not
very
true
easy to
because I
find.
have studied
It's
some of these things, okay? I mean, I know there
okay.
is no boat when it comes to the Egyptian flood myths. And I know
Well,
that one very
you're not
well.
proving it to me. You're not proving it to me. Okay. I don't know. I'm not feeling like this conversation's
Okay,
going
what do you
too
want me to
far.
do? Do you want me to dig up the
I wanted you to play a
hieroglyphics
video
and
on the internet, but I don't know if you
teach you
can do that.
ancient Egyptian so that you can read it for yourself? Or I
Sure,
mean,
bring up an article or something.
an article about the Egyptian and how it doesn't. About what? What do you want from it exactly? I can't search anything.
I can get
I
back
don't
on my
know.
computer and I can help you out. Hold on.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi.
Are you all right, Big Man Mama?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
The interesting thing, let me say some things about the Grand Canyon. Not a single mammal, bird, dinosaur, flowering plant is found fossilized in any rocks of the Grand Canyon because they hadn't evolved to that point. The highest level in the Grand Canyon is from the Permian. So that's one thing. And plant fossils are missing from most layers in the Grand Canyon, consistent with the observation that much of the rock in the Grand Canyon is marine in origin and not expected by geologists to contain plants.
Right.
And we find trilobite feeding marks indicating a calm, shallow sea bottom. There are preserved footprints and tail marks the vertebrates made while walking across wet sand dunes. How could these have formed and been preserved in the middle of a chaotic worldwide flood? Likewise, there are preserved tracks and burrows of spiders, scorpions, millipedes, and more in the Grand Canyon rocks. Most of the sedimentary rock layers there formed in very shallow water or just above sea level. Evidence of periods above sea level is evidence from abundant sedimentary structures such as mud cracks, raindrop prints, ripple marks, cross bedding, and small animal tracks. So any evidence that the Grand Canyon was from a global flood needs to address all those issues. And I haven't seen it yet.
Which kind of, yeah. I'm not surprised you haven't seen them yet.
Be right back.
There's an amazing predictable order in this succession of fossils that can be explained by changes in life form over Earth history in the Grand Canyon. You could go on and on. The dating methods themselves support where you would expect to find those fossils in those layers. There's just a tremendous amount of evidence in the Grand Canyon for evolution. And this isn't even introducing genetics. This is just based on geology and paleontology.
Yeah.
Miss Outcast, what did you do? What was your job? What did you do?
Well, as you know, I studied at the university and gained a master's of Egyptology and then a master's in archaeology. I then worked as an archaeologist in the Czech Republic, and I then had a car accident which rendered me paralyzed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I can walk again now, so that's
that's
that's good. And I also had quite severe. I had severe anorexia as well. So I was put on disability, and yeah, I am now retired. Based, I don't know how you say it really, but early retirement. I worked for a while. I kind of attempted working, and I worked partly in a laboratory and then as a translator. So I
Nice.
translated, yeah. Oh, translating work was the best. I loved it. I loved it.
Oh, that's nice.
Mm-hmm.
Early retirement's nice too.
Yeah, but it would have been much nicer if I had a bit more paid working experience prior to, because then I would have had. Now I have like the lowest that you can get, and it will only become less. So I don't really have a retirement for when I get old, which kind of sucks.
All right, you want me to play this? This is about the legends.
Let's check it out.
On the part of Nimrod or Merker, writing Lord of Arata. And here again, in these ancient legends, like the Eridu Genesis in my hand right here, Eridu is where the Tower of Babel, in my view, would take its rise. This little artifact guy in my hand right here. You could almost come to the conclusion that Noah was the number one thing that the medias at that time even thought about. These images behind me come from Answers in Genesis, their Noah's Ark exhibit, and the legends section of that exhibit. Noah, of course, was a legend in his time. And then a great flood killed everyone but Nota, notice the names, and his wife, Nina, who were told to stop making an alcoholic drink called pulque. They made a great boat out of cypress. As I flip the page, in the Mayans of Central America, after a flood, only 4 couples existed, but 3 of them repopulated the entire earth. The Mayans also tell of a time where the people gathered into one place and discovered how to make fire, like the fire pits of Babylon, and then learned that they could no longer understand one another. Their tongues got confused. This according to the Mayans. Interestingly enough, the wives were said to have been created while the men slept. This is in the Mayan legend. Now flip the page, the Arawaks. The world was destroyed twice because of man's wickedness, according to their legend. Once by fire and once by water. At the flood, a wise chief named Merawana was told of the coming flood and saved himself and his family in a very large canoe. Now, I want to be clear about this. I don't make up the names and the legends. I'm just trying to pronounce them as accurately as they look to be spelled. We flip to this page. The Norse. They believed, whose name means mountain crier, believed he survived a flood caused by the blood of the great frost giant, a giant that drowned everyone except Berglimir and his wife, who were preserved in a boat. So, but even if one were to argue, Trey, I think you're a little bit off on some of these naming conventions. This is the Sumerian Kings list. I've been breaking it down. You'd be absolutely correct that I wasn't personally there. A lot of these pagan stones, they're talking about Noah all the time. And Nimrod is
actually a key figure. That even if one were to argue it's off a little here, a little there, I think that even an atheist would agree that it's beginning to hone in close, even on their ancient pagan stones and the breakdowns of them. And I give myself some liberty on God in a Nutshell in our Genesis series to kind of explore that, but that the same naming conventions, the same people, characters, and actual real people, not just characters.
All right. Well, I mean, you could just take that information and do with what you will. To me, it just shows that there was a flood that affected the world. I think that is almost undeniable from all those legends, and it doesn't go against biblical the Bible in any way.
But at what time, when were these flood myths, and when were the floods said to be taking place?
A lot of them match up with the biblical timeline of 6,000, 10,000 years.
Well, I'm looking at a list of hundreds of flood myths right now, and they're completely different.
Do they all include a flood?
Yeah, but sometimes it just destroys their village, and then God apologizes to them, and I mean, each African tribe practically has their own myth, and they're just completely different. And what this guy did was choose a couple myths that had some motifs that were close to the Hebrew myth, which, the Hebrew myth was more than likely taken from the Sumerian myth because it was it was written earlier.
Hey, Ben, Mama, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What are your motives as far as like promoting evolution? Are you trying to say that evolution surpasses the authority of God, if there is a God?
What?
Well, I don't believe there is an authority of God. I just don't want people to have delusions based on pseudoscience. I want them to accept reality, and it helps them throughout their lives to be able to look at things realistically as opposed to. Yeah, go ahead, Lupin.
Is my volume really low?
It is really low.
And man, nobody said anything.
I put it up.
Okay, hello. Is it better?
Sounds
Hello.
It's better. It's
A little bit.
higher if it's
That's high as it goes.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, but it's
I
better.
forgot what I was gonna say. What were we talking about?
Boo 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 boo.
Oh,
Dang, I knew it, and then when you asked, it just went.
we went from flood myths. Let me think about this for a second.
The flood myths. Okay.
So what we were talking about was what I was talking about was I want to see
Oh yes,
people
you asked what the
accept
motivation.
science. I want them to be able to delve into the science and really delve into it before they completely make their mind up about creationism, so that they could weigh both of these things with critical thinking. And so,
do you think we cannot do both? And do you not think it's kind of impressive that the Bible, if you study it with a spiritual lens, and it becomes more than just a myth to you? It's not a myth. It's not just a book. It's like the living word. Once you can see that, it takes on a whole different level, and you see scientific lessons within the Bible. You just have to really want to find it and not try to argue with it. But go
well, I
ahead.
think there's all sorts of good things in the Bible. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think the Bible's a great piece of literature, but
But you
I
think
also look
it's
at it as an
literature?
amalgam.
You say it's a piece of literature.
Yeah, of
That's what
course
it
it
is.
is.
It's
Every
so much.
religious text
It's
is.
so much more to. It's so much more than literature. Do you think that Christianity and science cannot coincide?
Of
I
course
think
they
they
can.
can. Yeah, they can definitely.
Okay. Do you think that science will ever override Christianity or religion?
Science will override creationism.
Wow.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, that's
Because
that's
Not
Christianity.
not Christi.
That is Christianity. Christianity
Well,
is
that's
creationism.
no,
that's your opinion though.
it's
No,
not.
There's a lot of
that is a
Christians
fact. You ask any Christian worth any of their salt, they would agree with that.
worth any of their salt. I mean,
Yes.
that's according to you.
I
But
mean the
there's a lot of Christians. Listen, Lupin. There's a lot of Christians that don't take a literal interpretation of Genesis in particular. And there's a lot of evidence that Genesis and Exodus, for that matter, should be taken metaphorically. And there are a lot of lessons to be learned taking those myths metaphorically. Um, you're reading them like they're newspaper accounts.
No,
But
I know. I
mythology
know
goes
that.
far
Look,
deeper. Mythology goes far deeper into the human psyche
and the
than
Bible explains all that. The Bible explains all that. I think you're trying to tell me how I interpret the Bible. Okay, I understand when the Bible means something literal, that something's act, because the Bible is 100% without a doubt a historical document as well. It's not just a
nope.
piece of literature.
I
It is
mean
historic. No, deviant. We have found places that are described in the Bible. We have found events that have
of
taken
course.
place in the Bible. So there's no way that you could say no. The Bible
Of
is
course.
100% a historical document.
It
There's no
it
doubt about
doesn't
that.
it doesn't become it's a historical document because it was written a long time ago. In that sense,
I
yes, it's historical. B, it's
Excuse me if I
also
came
it
off
all
let her
angry.
finish. Let her finish.
it
I'm just saying.
also
I'm just saying. I didn't mean to get angry there, or
You
seem
didn't get
upset.
angry.
okay.
I do.
It also it's also historical in the sense, or not historical, but it mentions places and people that we know existed in history, but it's not historical in the sense of a history book, for instance.
I think you just
It's not meant to
completely
be
contradicted
a
yourself there.
history.
I'm sorry.
Nope, nope, nope.
No, it's way more than I agree with you that it's way more than just a history book. It's a history. I mean, it's the basic instructions before leaving Earth.
Lupin, in other
He's
cultures
just
we
going
have
to say no. That's funny,
in
Mr.
other
Bud. That's funny.
in other cultures we have histories that have been
Amen.
embellished with
Jesus.
supernatural. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, I
sorry. I'm
can hear
reading
you.
chat.
Okay. In other cultures, we have historical narratives that are then supernatural elements have been added on to these characters. And, it happened in Greek mythology and history and Roman history. People are given supernatural attributes. Yet there may be a grain of history running through that of actual history. But you can't show that Genesis is actual history. There's been no
Yes, you
evidence to
can.
show
Yes,
it.
you can. Yes, you can. And I'm not going to keep going back and forth. Look, if you don't want to believe it, that's fine. But look, I've shown evidence. You've shown me no counter evidence that can refute my evidence,
But you
and
haven't
I don't
shown
want to
any
keep going.
evidence.
I've shown hours and hours of evidence. We can talk about something else.
What is
Yeah.
your evidence that the genealogy in the Bible is true? That apart
Because
from the
you
Bible,
because
apart
because
from the Bible,
you could trace the genealogy back to a certain part in the world in Africa and where it's spread out.
What?
Yes.
I'm
What?
talking about
How?
Methuselah being 900 years old and all that genealogy added up to come up with your date for your age of the earth.
Very
Those are
simple.
the dates
Okay,
that are
what year are
added
we
up.
in? What year are we in?
2024,
Why are we in 2024?
because last year was 2023.
No, because well, All right.
Okay, it's
You know
not
what?
a proof of the Bible. It's
Wait.
not.
Let me finish with B.
Gotcha on
No,
that one, Lupin.
it
I'm
was a
kidding.
joke. I know you did. I know that was a good one. Give me 1 second, Deviant. Okay,
Yeah.
no, it's because Jesus Christ died 2,024 years ago. Okay.
No.
Yes. I mean,
What
I don't know how
he
it's
did?
documented history. It is
Listen,
documented
listen,
history.
listen. You. I know
Jesus
what you
Christ,
were
who
meaning
destroyed
to
all
say.
the Egyptian idols, the
You
Jesus
meant
that
to
came
say he was
and that he'll come back.
born. You meant
He
to
will
say
come
he
back
was
again
born.
to
You said
and
he
you
died. He didn't die
Jesus Christ
2024
died.
years ago.
Yes he did.
So he died the year zero.
He was
That's what you say.
he was crucified.
The year
His
zero.
the death of Jesus Christ was so influential. It changed the entire world. The
But
entire
did he
world.
die the year zero? Or
Yeah,
was he born
he
then?
died and he rose again.
No, he was born.
He
That's
rose.
He lived till
the,
33 or 35 or
He died.
something.
He died at 33. He died.
exactly the
He was
year that
crucified at 33 in 2024
I'm talking about
years ago.
33, what
Year.
would be called AD.
yeah.
No, no. That's how old he was.
Yes, the time our dating of the
Okay.
years
Now you
starts
do
with
have
the
Jews
birth
who say
of
that we
Jesus.
are. Now the Jewish people say that we are in the year 6,000 something or 5,800. Somebody could look it up.
Yeah, they just skipped right over Jesus. I mean, they
They
don't
don't
worship
acknowledge
Jesus.
they don't acknowledge Jesus. They can't stand Jesus. They are actual if you go into Zionism,
They
it's
had their
kind of
own
cruel.
God. I mean, they
It's
had
kind of
their own
cruel.
God.
Yeah, right, but they missed the Messiah. They missed their coming, and Jesus told them there's a great delusion casted upon the Jewish people, and some of them will eventually every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess. So it's already written how this is going to play out.
Well, I don't think that you guys can agree on what Revelations means. I've never heard a
Who's
cogent
you
argument.
guys?
No.
Creationists, doomsdayers.
Dude, no, yeah, okay. That is the toughest book in the Bible because it's steeped in Catholicism control. It is it's an extremely metaphorical, vivid, yet also prophetic. It's no. Good luck. You want to go over
Why
Revelation right now?
why is it metaphorical, but Genesis cannot be metaphorical?
No, because it's a prophecy told through a vision. So there's a lot of deciphering that you have to do, but the things that are said in that book, we see it unfolding even now before our eyes. That's why it's so important. Like the prophecies that were told when that book was written are being fulfilled at this time. That we may be
Yeah,
living, we may be
No.
living in a time where we see the second coming of Christ.
you could
That's
have
how
gone
that.
to the year you could have gone to the year
Let that
1562 and
let
come to
that
that
sink
same
in.
conclusion.
Let that but let that sink in that we may be in that time. Just try and let that sink in. If you don't believe
Okay.
it, it's gonna be hard, but think about it.
I'll try. I'll try. Go ahead if you want to show if you want to show Revelation some stuff from there, Lupin, go for it. Do you want to like bring up the scripture itself or
Yeah, I could do that. But it's an incredibly and it's
oh,
gangster films. So
just go through a part of it that you think applies.
Gangster, do you want to do that? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Logan, are you there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome.
This is hard for a Christian and an atheist to go over this without being
I'm not going to argue with you about it. I just want to hear from you about it. So I'm not going to.
I'm no
You can just
expert in
talk about it.
I'm not a scholar when it comes to people who've been studying Revelation all their lives and they die without even understanding.
I understand. Just I want to how you understand it. You know.
Let me see. Ugh, man.
I mean, I'd have to look at the symbols.
Do you want to
Yeah,
go?
go ahead.
Do you want to go over? You want to go over the seven
Go through the
seals?
good parts with the
Good
dragons
part.
and the five-headed things.
Like, look, if okay, this is how far I go whenever people talk about literal. Like, I don't put it past the point where these things, like, you know how people compare these things to, like, oh, this is gonna be the nation of Russia, and this is gonna be the nation of Iran, and this is gonna be the United States, which is Babylon, and Australia is
Right.
floating. But God in my mind is so powerful that I these things could like possibly happen in a total. We could have it all wrong. It could go that literal. Now I am not that literal, but I'm just saying it would make for really good movies, which they do in Hollywood.
Well, they make movies about
Yeah,
Revelation all the time.
like what's that one
Wasn't the one with
movie?
Christopher Walken as an angel about Revelations?
Click.
The prophecy.
Logan, you know what I'm talking about.
The prophecy.
The prophecy.
I think that was the second war in heaven.
Oh, that's not
All
the
right.
same thing.
So,
No.
the 1,000 years. You want to read about the thousand? I would rather
Sure.
read this with Logan's a Christian, so the 1,000 years. Am I sharing?
What's the verse? What's the
Oh, let me change the.
So you're in Revelations because I'm going to look at it.
20.
Revelations 20. Okay, the 1,000
Yeah,
years. Got it.
you really need to start in Genesis, but you can go to Revelations. You're diving into the deep end.
Oh no, I've read Genesis and Exodus and the entire New Testament, including Revelations, but I don't have it at the tip of my tongue.
All right. Does anybody want to read or me?
No, read it.
So Satan is abound. Then I saw an angel coming down from heaven, holding the key of the abyss and a great chain in his hand. And he took hold of the dragon, the serpent of old, who is the devil and Satan, and bound him for 1,000 years. And he threw him into the abyss and shut it, and sealed it over him, so that he would not deceive the nations any longer until the 1,000 years were completed. After these things, he must be released for a short time. Any comments?
Okay. So are we just supposed to take that literally then, do you think? Or
I don't put anything past the power of God. If God wanted that to happen literally, then sure. But it's not the common knowledge of it. People put their own interpretation on it, which is, and a lot of people have agreed, because the Bible's a multifaceted and layered book. So,
the 1,000 years, Lupin, when is that?
good question.
I've heard several different interpretations of that, I guess. I mean, don't the preterists have a completely different interpretation of, say, somebody who's a
I've looked into
pre-trib or post-trib or
I looked into preterism, and I did a little bit of research, and I kind of have written it off as not a good way to look at it. It's easily flawed.
Can you read the what? Can you read the one more, like verse 4 through 6?
The throne of heaven.
Yeah.
So the
You
throne
want
of
me?
heaven.
Okay.
You want to read?
Yeah, I'll read it. It's just I'm not reading from the same. Are you reading from the King James or?
No. Why does it keep switching to NIV, bro? How do I burn this, dude? Burn this
Mine was
cookie?
ESV. I mean, it's probably not too far different, right? But what were you trying to read in? Was it the King James or
NASB.
NA? Okay, let me find that.
I have it pulled up right here. If you want to read it.
Yeah, it's hard. I'm on my phone and I can't really see it.
Okay, I'll
Oh
read it
wait,
right now.
NASB. Got it. Okay. Is it NASB 95 or the first NASB?
Just do the one.
Okay.
You can do NASB.
Let's see.
We'll do King James if Missing Mod wants to come in here and read it.
Okay, so then I saw thrones, and they sat on them, and judgment was given to them. And I saw the souls of those who had been beheaded because of their testimony of Jesus and because of the word of God, and those who had not worshipped the beast or his image, and that had not received the mark on their foreheads and on their hands. And they came to life and reigned with Christ for 1,000 years. The rest of the dead did not come to life until the 1,000 years were completed.
Pause. I'm not on the same spot you are. Were you reading?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was starting on 24.
24? Okay, I'm on 4.
20, verse 20, chapter 4, whatever it is.
So
Chapter 20, verse 4. Mine starts with, then I saw thrones.
Can you go to the live stream studio and see where I'm at? Is that where I'm at?
Let's see here. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's
All
see.
right.
Yeah, I think you've got the same thing I got going. So then I saw thrones.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, do you want me to start over on that?
Yeah, please.
Okay, then I saw thrones, and they sat on them, and judgment was given to them. And I saw the souls of those who had been beheaded because of their testimony of Jesus and because of the word of God, and those who had not worshipped the beast or his image and had not received the mark on their foreheads and on their hands. And they came to life and reigned with Christ for 1,000 years. The rest of the dead did not come to life until the 1,000 years were completed. This is the first resurrection. Blessed and holy is the one who has a part in the first resurrection. Over these, the second death has no power, but they will be priests of God and of Christ and will reign with him for 1,000 years.
Amen. Yeah.
So
how do you take this?
Well, so is this talking about, I mean, Christ resurrected?
This is a very supernatural event.
Right. Christ resurrected, and then this is talking about the followers of Christ resurrecting before the others will resurrect, I guess.
Yes.
And the ones that resurrect first will live with Christ in the 1,000 years reign.
Right. Yeah, I got to do a study in the 1,000-year reign.
I mean, you're right. Without the context, it's hard because I don't know where the 1,000 years is in relation to like tribulation and rapture. I don't know those. Deviant, do you know that stuff or?
Do you want to know?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's good.
I mean, if you know it, tell us.
No, I don't. I'm happy to hear that you're interested in learning about it. You sound sincere enough now.
Oh, I've always been interested in the Bible. I mean, I've been reading the Bible since I was a kid. I mean,
Why?
I have
Yeah, same.
because I love the stories, and I loved, I loved. It was just to me. I also loved Greek mythology for the same reason. I just love the stories, and I love the fantastical aspects of it, and it was like reading science fiction or something for me. But
Truth
yeah,
is truth is stranger than fiction. Give me 1 second. Hold on. I'll be right back.
okay.
You can Gangster can control and share screens.
What do you say?
I'm not sure, Logan. I think you can relax. That was my interpretation of that.
The Cloudster. Why Cloud?
Hello.
Hi, Claude.
Cloud.
Remember about Kitten? That was so funny. He called you Cloud.
Yeah.
So, what are we talking about?
Revelations.
And lo, Claude came on the channel and held us the Hippocrates to account. In particular, those who blockisted him, including Lupin and Arslicales. And lo, an angel of the Lord blockist Lupin from Proverbs Guy's channel, saying, "Go spread your misinformation elsewhere. Here endeth the lesson from the book of Claudolation." Oh my goodness.
How you been?
Yeah, I've been good. Yeah. I've started the day well.
Oh, that's good.
We started talking about evolution and stuff, but then it kind of came to this.
I heard the See Now and Know that's start on evolution the other day. Hello. And how that was, yes, it's quite interesting how someone can know far more than all the great scientists of the world, isn't it? In the backyard
All right,
of
guys.
Lennox.
I think I'm head out. I'll talk to
Oh.
y'all later.
Okay, Lubin, take care. Good talking to you.
Okay.
Take
Bye. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye. Take care,
Thanks
Demon.
for
God
doing
bless,
Bye-bye.
guys.
Oh, dear.
Hi, Claude. How's
Ah.
Claude's day today? Been good?
I'm in a very naughty mood, as you can tell.
So you need a spanking.
Well, only if I'm really, really bad or good.
That's better than an ass kicking.
Yeah. Yeah. Cloud, anyway, please. Get the pronunciation of my name right. Cloud or Clod. Clod. I think he tried to sell it like CLOD, a clod. Do you have that word? If somebody is a clod
Yes.
or a fool?
Yeah.
So Cloud the Clod.
We have a CLOD, and we have dirt clods. So I think it probably comes from that. It's like we would have dirt clod wars.
It's like a stump in the earth in a way. A clod. Yeah.
Right.
What a naughty clod we have today.
Oh no. What if Kent came over there and gave you a spanking?
Well, I might reverse the roles, He's
Oh.
bigger than me, but he is, not as agile, I think, now.
I mean, Lupin brings up the Grand Canyon. Am I wrong? And then he expects me to sum it up in a sentence or two.
Look, he's just reading from a book, which he's lucky to be able to read from, actually. But it's just, I heard the introduction there that I was going to bring it up, and he's gone, the show, and it's just like this grandiose bollocks. He's going to demolish evolution. It's just crap.
I'm kind of used
the first few minutes.
Used to it. No, I don't think at a single point I've been able to to finish answering a question.
Yeah, he needs to work on interrupting people
Yeah.
because it's ridiculous. You know, we're scientists, and we're not going to sum up stuff to suit him so he can move on to something that he has to say next. He's not even listening to what we have to say. And
Right.
I have to say, Dustin does the same thing, and I don't care if he hears me or not, because he interrupts constantly.
Yeah.
And it's frustrating because you're actually trying to get through a point, and you're not even able to get to the so-called punchline or the conclusion without having to have the conversation derailed.
Right, and when you try to talk to someone who obviously don't know the surrounding information, so you have what you're asked is teach me these things. You can't just in 2 sentences deliver an answer that is both satisfactory, explanatory, contains evidence, and is just waterproof on all ends. It's impossible. So what are you supposed to do?
Well, you're talking to people who are very deep in the Dunning-Kruger mold.
Oh yeah.
You probably really need to
That's
go back to
really true.
school and learn science, and with an open mind, and not sort of parents or someone who's brought them up on Hoven's rubbish. So they're imbued with that, and it's actually the point of being laughable, and I pour scorn on that. I've decided not to get angry anymore. I'm just going to pour scorn on it in a funny way. And you notice how I achieved it? This would have gone on the whole show. I came on, pointed out a few home truths in my reading from the Book of Clud, and the person disappears. So it's quite good.
Can I show you?
Are you
having
talking
been banned from the show where the people lap that sort of thing up and then think, oh, well, I can come over and wreck another show. No, not while I'm around, not while I have breath, not while the Lord has chosen that I live on the earth. Will I rest?
He wasn't really wrecking the show.
Well, no, but it becomes eventually. No, you're right. He has in the past.
He has in the past, but I mean, he was having a decent conversation. It's just, you're right, Claude. It is Dunning-Kruger, but it's also a lack of attention span.
Well,
And
there's no desire. You have to examine the inner heart, like the Lord would, and you look at the inner heart, and that is not interested whatsoever in an explanation for evolution, or the fact that the flood was impossible, or that the Earth is 6,000 years old. Not a jot of interest in that whatsoever. Nothing you are going to say will change whatever passes for his mind.
Claude, would you like to see this picture I found from what's the guy David something?
Missing Mod? The reason I kept saying no and didn't continue was simply because I'm sorry, Lupin. Lupin was, oh my god.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm going to go now and spank myself hard and for maybe 3-4 hours because I did an unforgivable mistake. But first, I will say, Missy Mod, if you meant me when you say you kept saying no and that's it, the reason was because I wasn't given the opportunity to even explain the no. So that's it. That's why. It's not a no and that is the explanation. I just want to, because I've seen it in chat twice now, so I thought that I better.
right. And the people who are saying that higher education is horrible don't have an education themselves. What would they even know about going to university, for example? I mean, Missing Mod's basically just calling it, school, and like it's indoctrination. But what experience do you have with higher education to be able to make that conclusion, Missing Mod? How many college courses have you taken? Because if you haven't taken a college course, and especially one that's in science or math, you have no experience to even talk about higher education, except to mimic what Hovind says about it, that it's full of communist professors that are looking to push evolution down your throat. Did I trigger her okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, can I show you this picture I found from David? Remember that guy David who cussed at Aiden? That guy. I found this picture.
Oh yeah.
He
Yeah.
put up on Facebook. It's funny. What do you think of that?
Let's see here. It's hard for me to blow that up and read it.
Sorry.
I'm on my
Can you blow it up, Logan?
I try. I don't think I can.
I tried to make to zoom in on the screen, but I did, but for some reason it made what's showing on screen on the Restream
I could read it. What it says for you.
smaller. Everything else was
Okay, so it says DNA shows you are a human being, you are not evolving. What? I am a transitional form and I am
Change it right now. Test me again. Doties.
lunatics. We are all evolving. I will show you the drawings. Oh my gosh.
I got it from that David guy from the other day. You know that one David guy? Found on Facebook. What do you think of a quad?
Yeah. Well, I see that I've been appearing on some more of your little shorts, Gangster Ghost, the Claude.
And he wants money, Logan.
Okay.
Yeah.
$20 per short you put Claude in.
What is that all?
What do you think of that picture, Quad? Is it funny?
Yes, but I'm going to have to look back off because on my phone I can't quite see it. It's so small, my eyes are not so good. So, but what I saw, it looked okay. But I need to get a bigger screen.
Yeah. Here's another
I had
picture.
trouble reading it, so I didn't get the overall gist of it, really.
You got it perfectly right. But I also found another picture where you see T-Rex in the sky in the clouds, and chicken staring at
That
him.
was funny. Show that, Logan.
I got that.
I mean, it's that drawing is really well done. I mean, it's wrong. Chickens didn't evolve from T-Rexes, so it's completely wrong. But the drawing was well done. If you could show it.
Yeah.
In fact, it was kind of funny, actually.
Big Bad Mum, I haven't had a chance to say that I enjoyed your interview the other day with the what's his name again? Wesley.
Oh, thanks, Clyde.
I didn't hear the
that.
end, but when I was listening, it was going very well, and you were getting some very interesting answers. So, yeah.
Yeah, it went good, and I'm gonna put a snippet of Wesley's short film in with the interview and some of his improvisational music in there with it, and I'll probably put it out tomorrow as a video.
I mean, I separate that out from the other aspects to his personality, and what you brought out was very, very, very interesting, and you did a very good job. And
Thanks, Claude. I appreciate that.
Unless anything happened at the end when I.
Well, there was a couple little things at the very end that you might want to listen to, but he didn't get into it, and he was respectful of not really delving into it. We kept it. We just had a pretty good dialogue going on, and he would stop, and I'd ask a question, and then I knew certain facts that I'd kind of ask him questions about, and it just went really well. And Logan and I had a good discussion with him after the stream ended. and kind of got to know him even a little bit more. But I just wanted to paint a picture of him that was a complete picture and not just the kind of stereotype that people were labeling him as.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, what his vision is not really that much different than what another creationist's vision is.
Right.
They're both, I don't want to even put a label on it, but I don't buy either one for probably equal reasons. But yeah, he didn't really go into it in great detail, fortunately.
This could be a sort of a new thing once every now and then on the Proverbs. On that was an equal mistake from my part. On Gangster Ghost Show, you could interview, do an interview with someone we find interesting. Unfortunately, the lady who was taught by Hovind at school hasn't emerged, hasn't gone back to me. So remember that one we were trying to
get that would have been an awesome one.
And then just once we gave the email address, nothing. So, but I can think of some others.
You might not agree with this one, but I thought it would be interesting to interview Achilles.
Well, it would. No, I quite agree. And in order for that to happen, people like me would stay off, until the interview ended.
I would just do it the same way I did it before, and I could do it,
so
because I want to know about his growing up, where he grew up, and if he would be open to that. He's got some baggage when it comes to me, just because of the Hovind stuff. But I don't know. He might go for it.
Yeah, so that could be good. Another one I'm thinking back, and I don't know if Mark Stoney can help with that. There was a lady called Bethany Rife, R-I-F, for Freddie E. She was the physician at Camp.
Right.
And her husband was the electrician. So if there was a way of finding her and getting her on for an interview, I'd like to hear you interview her, or we could do a joint one.
Yeah.
Once again, not putting words in the mouth, just general, and we want to hear the good and
history.
the whole thing doesn't have to, and I'd love to hear why they went there and then why they left. Well, I sort of know why they left, but it just would be good to hear it from those perspectives. We would just add an extra dimension to the Gangster Ghost Show, which is already multi-dimensional because he can go through walls. But we could, it would just be even better again.
We think of you as a muscle baby.
Sorry?
Russian muscle baby.
I missed that last, but can you speak louder?
We think that video of you as a strong Russian muscle baby.
Yeah. Yes, people better watch it. That video was more true than most people believe or think. Yes.
What about an interview of Deviant Outcast?
Yes, that would be good.
What
do you think about that?
And what about Faithful? Oh, there's Faithful.
I'm not talking to you,
Deviant.
I'm not talking to you, Deviant. I'm talking to Claude here.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
We could.
Just
What about?
Yeah.
What about an
I just
interview
heard
of
my name.
Faithful?
An interview with you.
What about an interview with Faithful, or is she sort of taking a holiday for a while?
Why would we want to interview you, Deviant? Because you're an interesting person.
Is anybody listening?
Doesn't sound like she's into it.
Well,
we'll move on to the next one.
Bore anyone. I don't want to bore
Is anyone
anyone.
listening to the Claude?
Yeah.
Yes, Claude.
Yes.
Sorry.
Good.
Claude, what about interview with the vampire?
Well, the Faithful, has the Faithful taking a gap for a while, or is she still around?
She's
taking a break.
Yeah.
Right. Who else could we interview?
A vampire?
Ernie Land.
That would not happen.
Brady the Byram.
Adam Lore.
Yeah.
Not a bad one.
Have
I'd
you ever?
like to know,
He's dropped
If
off the
anyone
map.
were to interview me, what would probably happen is everyone would either be extremely bored or extremely depressed.
That's just
my-
that's just you saying that about yourself. That doesn't have any like. We wouldn't be bored.
Consider yourself warned.
Nobody gets bored when they're talking to the cloud.
Right. We'll make it interesting. We'll make up stuff about you that's interesting.
What about Mark Reed?
She was a creationist until the age of 35.
Not true.
And a flat
Until I
earther.
was maybe
What about
7.
interview with Mr. Mod?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I think that would be good.
Yeah.
Or
I want to be involved in that for sure.
what about interview with Claude?
No, Claude is a secret agent. He has sworn, he has signed so many confidentiality clauses with many governments of the world.
Guess who's here?
Oh, there's somebody we could interview too.
Who's that?
Father Charles.
Oh, yes, that would be a good interview. Yes.
Hi, Father Charles.
Hello, all.
How are you today?
I'm doing great.
That's good.
Charles, did you see the your appearances in the Ajax video?
I saw them. Well done.
Were you okay with that?
Yeah.
Good. You were funny in it.
Father Charles, when like it's Sunday today in your country, so you normally go to church at some stage, or what
Yeah, I
do
went
you?
this morning.
Yeah, do you get dressed up like in the clothes? Yeah.
No, he goes naked. It's nudist church.
He went nude to church.
Yep.
Well, okay, right. Thank you very much, everybody, for yes.
I think what Claude's asking if I put on robes. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Do you have the hat? The one like in the Greek. I know you're the Eastern, but does in the Eastern Orthodox have those funny hats at all?
Funny hats.
Well, they're cool. I like those hats. Do you have any of those, or just the skull cap thingy?
I just wear the skull cap.
Well, I want you to get one of those other hats.
Because they're funny looking.
Yeah. Like everybody would say,
they're probably expensive.
This man knows what he's talking about. He's wearing a funny hat.
Father Charles.
Well, hats are authority. It's a sign of authority
Yes.
to wear a hat.
Yeah.
Even a funny hat. What were you going to say?
Oh, what do you think of that when Lupin was on here?
It's always interesting when Lupin gets on.
Lupin.
Oh, you're such a diplomat, Father Charles. You're such a diplomat. Are you wearing your diplomat hat?
No, I made a comment when Lupin was on.
All right.
I said Lupin doesn't know what Lupin's talking about.
Oh, dear.
Oh.
Hi.
What?
No, there's a hat. I have 3 of those
Nice
hats, brother BBM.
Oh, right. Yeah, it's a straw hat. It's like a straw man argument, except a straw hat argument.
It's a beret.
Oh, is that what? To me, because I'm looking
How
on the
can
phone.
you, Claude, not recognize a beret?
Yeah, Claude, are you really from France?
I looked at it,
Yeah,
and because I'm on the phone, it looked like a straw hat to me.
Yeah, right. I'm on the phone.
You're right, Claude. Your eyes are bad.
Father Charles, Proverb Guys commented a comment on here earlier.
Oh, was he on too?
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
What did he have to say, Logan?
He said, "Hi, Logan."
This is Steven, right?
I don't know, but it says Proverbs Guy. Man,
Yeah, it is.
Oh, they came in the chat. They were in the chat, or
Yeah. They said hi.
oh, okay. I thought they came on the stream.
No, just a chat. Chat. Yeah. What do you think of that, Claude?
A chat or a Chattanooga choo-choo chat. Yeah,
Chattanooga
it was,
choo-choo.
yeah, that's very good because they're envious of your channel. I know, because you're doing so well, you know. So it's the new show to be on, de rigueur. You know, it's the show. It's the show of the stars. Father Charles, me, Big Bad Bummer, me, Missing Mod, me. You know,
Hey,
Dealing
Ghost.
Outcast, me. Mr. Logo, me. It's the best channel.
Yeah, because you're
along with Father Charles, of course.
Mr. Logo really gave it to Mark the other night, boy.
What was that nighttime one? What was it?
Sorry?
Oh,
It's
the
morning here.
It was earlier, I think, but it was a pretty good discussion.
Was it on my show? Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, I guess it was on your show. I don't remember.
Yeah. When Stump came on there too, they had a good talk.
Yeah, don't mess with Logo.
I have to say, I get very confused by this whole predestination thing, because to my mind, it makes it that what's the point of anything if it's predestined? Yeah, and that's different from foreknowledge either. The predestination, the idea that God has decided that some people are elect and some people aren't. He knows which ones, and that means it isn't pointless, you know, to me. But
That's what
anyway,
Father Charles says.
Free will. All the narcissists believe in predestination. They're elected by God. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, because Brother Pike's going to hear this. I'm kidding, Brother Pike.
I'm going to tell Mark and Christian.
Yep. You're now written down for doom of the
Father Charles
Pike
is going
and the
off on
spoon.
Calvinism.
Yep.
You ever heard of open theists? They believe that we all have complete free will, I guess.
I've heard of open marriage, you know. Is it like that?
Didn't Matt Dillahunty have that before?
An
What?
open marriage?
Yeah, that I heard. Is that true?
Yes, I think he did. To his previous wife, they did have an open marriage, if I'm not mistaken. But
Is that where everybody throws their car keys in a bucket and you reach in and pick them out, and whoever you picked out you go with? Is that what?
sounds like
that
you have some
open marriage?
experience with this, Claude.
Is that the one?
That's the one.
Oh my goodness!
It's not a Friday night special, Claude.
But this
Claude, we can speak privately, and I'll hear your confession.
Well, I wish I only read about these things, you know.
Oh, okay.
Sounds
but I
like
suppose that's bad enough. Just having read about them is put lustful thoughts into my heart, which is not good, because that would not please Captain Stump in the carnal mind, you know.
Yeah, Father Charles, he was on that other day, on here.
Who, Captain Stump?
Yeah.
That's good.
And that Planeteers. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Captain Stump, he's a good guy. Lupin was just in the comments, but earlier he was on here.
Yeah, I was here when Lupin was on.
Yeah. What do you think? Do you think
midway? Anyway.
Do you agree with him about taking, like, all Christians are creationists? That's what I think he said.
What did he say? I might not have been on when he was talking about creationists. Go ahead.
Did he say that, Big Bad Mama?
Yeah, he said that if you're not a creationist, you're not a true Christian.
Yeah, and that's BS.
I guess I'm not a true Christian, guys.
No, neither is anyone within the Swedish, the Church of Sweden. So
The majority Catholics. I mean, there's all
yeah,
sorts of.
I'm
What
headed for
about
the Lake of Fire.
the Church of
Mike?
England.
We'll be there with you.
Yeah.
I'll be in good company then.
What about Michael
We'll
Jones?
jump in together, hand in hand.
There you go.
What about Michael Jones?
I guess he'll be with us in the Lake of Fire.
Yeah. Oh, we showed Trey Smith earlier.
Oh,
Who?
wait.
That's always a treat.
Remember Miss Outcast?
Was that the crazy?
Yeah.
Oh,
The guy with the hand gestures.
yeah, yeah.
Where's
oh my
Mr.
goodness,
Logan?
my brain almost.
Is
What
Missy
little I
Mod
have
coming
left.
on?
I let Mr. Logo in. I don't see him anywhere.
Oh, Mr. Logo's here? Good.
No, he said it. Or yeah,
There
look.
he is.
Mr. Logo.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
How are you?
Hello,
Mr.
good.
Logan?
Thank you. The gang members are back on it again, right?
They
It's
got
good to see you.
Lupin was
Good.
here debating them.
Oh, okay. You talked
Well,
to someone who doesn't listen, right? Is it that what I'm getting from that?
Mr. Logo, did you get the flowers I sent you?
The flowers? No.
Yeah, and he brought send you candy.
Do you know what
With,
I'm referring to, Mr. Logo?
Yes, kind of.
Okay.
and he sent you a heart-shaped box of candy.
I did. And
a card say, "We all
I love you, Mr. I said the card said, "I love you, Mr. Logo."
Yeah.
Okay. You at least have to buy dinner first for me, right?
Okay, you got a deal.
Dinner
You got
first,
a deal.
then flowers. Really?
No.
He's an expensive date.
Yeah.
Who's except for her, Charles?
Charles is like, what the heck? You guys
I'm still waiting for my flowers, I guess.
Oh.
What about you,
Father
Claude?
Charles? We've been discussing the idea of every few weeks that Big Bad Mama interviews someone just to talk about their lives, and like he did with Wesley, who normally can be very volatile and certainly has some different ideas, but has another life where he's a good musician, or brilliant actually. And so that was very interesting, and we were discussing how we could extend that to some other different, people.
Could we interview Mr. Logo?
Well, that would be good too, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Right, Mr. Logo?
Oh,
'Cause he's a chemist.
That's
Yeah.
a long discussion. That's oh God. No.
Are you a biochemist?
Well, what about an interview, Mr. Logo? We don't even have to get into any of your private life, but just like your belief system.
Chemistry and
Oh, okay. But you first have to interview Deviant. She's more interested.
She's on board. We've got her on board.
Can we interview Father Charles?
Of course.
Oh,
That would be a great interview.
Yeah.
Interview Ada.
We were going to do Faithful, but she's having a break for a while. But the other thing was, because of her 8 decades, it might have taken a while to get through the first one. So we will wait till she comes back for that.
Well, I mean, whom I would like to interview is Joe, right?
Joe?
Like Robert Beatty already would like to, I guess.
Oh,
right?
Joe Hovan. Oh, right.
Joe, right. Because if
Oh,
she
that's
opened up, that
tough.
would be, I think Kent would boil in his own fat, right? And you would see that right away.
Well, okay, whose job is going to be to contact Eric and then to get hold of Joe?
But she doesn't do interviews.
Well,
He will not do an
maybe for a
interview.
show
Right?
of this,
It would be a
maybe.
complete waste of time.
She's
What
not
a
talking,
scoop.
I guess.
What a
right?
scoop if we were to get it for this show. What a scoop.
It
we
would
must
be.
not give up.
I
Yeah.
did
And
get.
if not, then we get Aiden to do her voice. You know, I mean,
I did get Miss Lincoln on here before.
That was good. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, she played the Abraham Lincoln, and she have a car Lincoln. You ever?
Was Miss Lincoln content when she was on?
Yeah.
Lincoln Contental. I
My
had to
cat-
get that little joke in from the Claude, yes.
My cat right here is all crazy, like it's all huggins and purrings. My crazy kitty.
Logan, do you want to be interviewed?
Nah.
I'm sure.
What about Mary? What about Eat, Drink,
Mary
and Be
Taco.
Merry Toko?
Mary Toko.
Yeah, I mean, I have some differences there, I have to say, but it would be good to speak to the horse's mouth, so to speak. You know,
She probably would do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about Mary
Don't
Taco?
call her the horse's mouth, though. That's not really nice.
No, it's speaking for it's a
No,
what is
no.
it's not a it's a what is figure of speech. It's a when you get something from the horse's mouth, it means you're talking to the real person.
Right.
Father Charles made a mistake before I called her Mary Taco. Remember that?
La bouche de chevaux.
What?
I just said it in French. The bouche de chevaux, or cheval. Did you say Mary Taco or something?
Yeah, that's what Father Charles called her before. Remember that, Father Charles?
Mary Toko? Yeah, I think I did call her Taco once.
What if her middle name was Taco and her last name was Bell? Mary Taco Bell.
What if your last name was Run, Logan?
Logan's Run.
Run, yeah.
Oh
I
no.
didn't get that.
Or
Well, that's
your
the
last
movie
name
from the
was
70s
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
where they killed people. Where when you got to a certain age, they kill you because the Earth was overpopulated.
I see.
or about if your last name was Bogan, Logan. Bogan.
Oh,
Logan Bogan. You have to look the word up in Australian. You'll
Is
see
it
what a
true?
bogan is. Yep.
Sheila and Australia means girl.
Yes, that's right.
Sheila.
Yeah, g'day.
Sheila.
Yes, I'm Sheila. It's not so much now, but in like 20 years ago, it was common. Oh, gonna go out for a drink with the Sheilas, you know. Yeah.
I have a sister-in-law named that. Funny if she went to Australia.
I mean, aren't
They all
Sheilas female kangaroos as well?
Yeah. They are.
Yeah.
They
It's
are.
like the word fanny means something different over here than it means in America.
Right.
Oh no.
Quite different.
Like even I heard stuff like it's all crazy stuff. But Father Charles, how you been today? How was church service?
It was very good, and I've been good today.
Oh, that's good. Did you had a good dishwasher there?
What?
Yeah.
It was funny. I seen this movie. A priest had a dishwasher when he was preaching. It was a spoof movie with Leslie Nielsen.
Somebody had a big problem with us saying that, and I don't remember who. We were just joking around about having a dishwasher at the altar or something, and somebody had a malfunction over it. And then I think Charles talked to like his people, and they said they thought it was funny too.
Right, Father Charles?
Oh yeah.
It was Achilles. Remember, Father Charles?
Yeah.
Oh well.
Oh,
Okay.
That's his heel.
He's in a state of permanent malfunction, I think. Tell him Claude said so.
Okay.
Tell him to unblock the Claude. You know. All right, Claude, I've given you 24 hours. All right, Claude, lifetime ban. What a big man he is.
Would you?
If you are
Dustin,
listening. Yeah.
Dustin has been really nasty to me in the comments of these things lately.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Of which one? Of this one?
Different ones. So I just ask him, where are the hundreds of thousands of Archaeopteryx fossils? That's usually my answer to him.
Oh, what about the one that proved that you can't exceed the mathematical equation that proved you can't exceed the speed of sound? Where's that?
I'll ask that next time he's bad
Claude has
mouthing
a
me.
long memory. Claude has a long memory for these.
Yeah, he seems to hate me nowadays.
That's
Dustin.
okay. It's a sign of honor for you, actually.
It's just because you're associated with us, Logan. It has nothing to do with you.
Sorry.
I looked at the exact sections that got him upset, and I don't think it was that bad, but
No.
it was
Anyways,
devious
he
and
can
high
dish it out.
talking.
He can dish it out, but can't take it. So, you know.
Yeah.
Or the time when he asked that material that is eroded, which age does that have?
Right.
The what?
Yes, he asked from all these layers, the material that erodes, which age
Yeah.
does that have? Which age does the eroded material have? Well, that's a stupid question. That's a nonsense question, right? It has
Right.
all ages from all these layers because it can come from all these layers. So he does not understand.
I mean,
the
I
topic.
don't really remember what exactly we were saying, but I know I was frustrated because I had just tried to have a conversation with him, and I could have explained that if I was given a chance, but I'm not.
I'm sorry.
You mean with Dust? Do you mean the thing we were talking about
Yeah.
regarding Dustin? We
Yeah.
mentioned that conversations with him were mind numbing, and
Yeah.
I stand by that.
Yeah, because when you that's the way I feel when I met, and I could have explained that to him. I mean, he may not like it, and I accept that. But it's strange when you. I mean, I'm pretty much just guessing why he is pissed.
He interrupts constantly, and he doesn't take in the information that you give him. He's just on to his next point, and he's never able to like synthesize the information and keep the conversation going to where it, actually leads somewhere. And so it is mind numbing to talk to him.
Yeah, it's.
I don't care if he knows it or not, and I don't care if I have another conversation with him ever. Frankly, I mean, he's rude. He called Mark Reed like a 3-year-old, and I don't really care. I don't care if I ever talk to that guy again.
Well, as we say in France, I have to translate this into English. It's like pointing poo-poo uphill. It's like pushing poo-poo uphill with a pointed stick. You're never gonna do it. So, do you have that saying in France, in America? We like pointing shite uphill with a pointed stick.
I don't think so.
Well, you try it one day. You'll see how bad it is.
Okay.
Or just use your imagination.
Right.
Make a video about it.
I did an experiment and I succeeded in doing it. Oh, wow. Therefore, I'm a great scientist.
No, we just say it runs downhill here.
Oh.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, you took away the graphic part of it.
So has there been much interesting? I noticed on the Hovind front, he's got another channel, and maybe 2 or 3 more channels actually. I've seen different ones pop up.
Oh, really?
He's got Dr. Kent Hovind channel now.
Yeah, and there's a dot. Is it what you call a dot? A period? A doctor, and then a period, then Kent Hovind, and that's his one of his latest channels, because Genesis Baptist Church seems to be off air.
Last leg.
He's learned he needs to have a few on deck.
But doesn't YouTube look at that if you just create a new one? Do they not get a bit excited about that, or doesn't it matter?
Should he call it Sega Genesis Baptist Church?
Well, I thought he's now like on Rumble or somewhere, right? In other channels.
Yes, but nobody's watching on Rumble. He's all full of talk about that, you know.
Yes, because Rumble seems to be like a platform where all those numbskulls can wave their swastika and nobody cares about it, right?
Right.
That's actually this platform is like.
I wanted to
Nobody
point out
watches it though, and he needs YouTube, but yet he's acting like he doesn't need YouTube. But if he didn't need YouTube, he wouldn't keep creating channels to try to jump from channel to channel.
That's true.
Yes, he needs YouTube. I've pointed out that the owner, the guy that really made Rumble big and launched it onto the market and shareholding and stuff, was a man who just got married a few years ago to another man. So how did that fit in with his Hovind's morality? So that shut him. He didn't come back to answer that, of course, because he's full of it. I put up that clip of where he's discussing with Stephen Anderson different people who should be, shall we say, dispatched from this earth. And one of the things that gets you that is if you, what is it? If you dishonor your mother and father, you can be, have your life taken from you. Well, when it came to comments, nobody could comment because YouTube had put on my channel no comments for that video. Interesting, eh?
Well, I had that video where Stephen Anderson was talking about Kent Hovind's wives.
Right.
And YouTube completely, and I had like thousands of views on that in the first, day. And then it was gone. YouTube yanked the whole video off.
Do you have a copy?
Oh, yeah.
Could you put it up again and just change something in the title?
I can think about it. They said that had been, I didn't know it, so they wouldn't have any sort of action against me, but that had been blocked from other people's channels, is what it said.
All right.
So I wouldn't really, I think, want to, poke the bear.
Could the Claude put it up somehow?
Yeah. I mean, I'll send it to you, or I don't know how to do that, but we'll work it out for sure.
Work it out, yeah. The more pressure that comes on.
I've already cut it and everything. All you have to do is post it.
Yeah, well, I want to get the credit. I want to get the credit for your work.
The reason it was blocked was because it's Stephen Anderson's.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
He's a hate preacher, and so that's the reason why.
Right. Well, funny enough, they let mine on with him in it because he's interviewing Hovind. So he's sort of lining the bullets up and getting Hovind to fire them, if you catch my drift. Yeah.
Right.
What's more, it's on Mark's channel, and it was allowed, so you can look at it, and Mark plays it over and over again on repeat. It's very, very good, and they're talking about all seriousness about, don't take the law into your own hands, but the government should do it.
Well, Stephen Anderson, as you said, Claude, he totally set up Kent Hovind. The whole result of that phone call was to set Hovind up to say that he wanted the death penalty for these certain things. And Kent fell right into it. Because Stephen Anderson kept changing the subject, Kent would start talking about some random thing, and then Stephen Anderson would say, well, let's get back to these crimes that the Bible says require the death penalty. And he started naming them one by one, and then Kent fell right into the trap.
He sure did.
There's something Steven Anderson said before. I forgot what was.
I don't fall into anyone's traps, though. Never, never. I'm smarter than everyone on the face of the earth.
That
especially you, Claude.
That was funny. He said Claude and Big Bad Mama are the same person. What if it turns out you are your split personalities? What do you do, Big Bad Mama, where you're the split personality of Claude? Are you there?
It's possible.
Oh, okay. What about you, Claude? Oh, he disappeared.
See what I see? See what I did there?
Oh yeah.
Oh no. Fire Charles. That guy Steven Anderson, he seemed to hate on everybody. Protestants, Catholic, Orthodox. Only one he seemed to,
he's a strange guy.
Yeah, only one he seems to love the most are Muslims. It's weird. What do you think of that? And he doesn't realize Baptists are Protestants. He denies it. I told him in the comments on his video before, and he said, "No, we're not those baby baptizing Protestants." What do you think of that?
Yeah, I don't think he has a good grasp of Christian theology. So
it was crazy. Steven Anderson, he also said that, yeah, why does he, he loves Islam, it seems like. Loves on Muslims the most, but hates on Jewish people, Christians. It's weird. What do you think?
Well, the most important thing is he has followers that are actually buying into that, and he's making money off them. I mean, he's a con man, like, no different than Kent Hovind is. But the fact that he has followers and is somewhat popular is the disturbing part. If he was just some guy that was ranting about that stuff, no one would care. But there's people that actually buy that stuff.
The weird thing is that how women are buying into that. When their Bible book says that they actually have to STFU, right? And cannot assume authority over a man. Right? How how masochistic are they to buy into that?
Well, they're raised, though, logo says children with that mindset. And so that's not an easy mindset for somebody that's raised as a little girl believing she's a second-class citizen and has to serve man, basically. Really hard to break out of that later on in life.
Yep. It sure is. Oh, yes. Sorry. I just felt it needed a bit more oomph.
What happened to your theremin you were going to play last night?
But I did.
Did you? I guess I wasn't there.
The thing is that I can't play the theremin. But
you can make noise with it.
Yeah, for sure.
What's the term? What is a theremin? Theremin? What is that?
Theremin. Yeah. How do you describe it? It's
So
an instrument.
There was a Russian genius. I think his name was Leon Theremin, and he created an instrument based on electricity to where you use your hands to break the electrical field, and every time you do that, it creates a tone. And one side of it manipulates the volume of the tone, and then the other side changes the tone. And so you can actually play songs without actually touching the instrument. He came to America and had quite a bit of success in the American musical community until the Soviets kidnapped him and brought him back to their country to work in sound, I think sound weapons, as a matter of fact. But he's a very interesting person, and there's a great documentary about him.
Oh, okay.
They call it the theremin, though, and it's
Oh,
it was
have you seen the?
popularized in 50s sci-fi movies first before I think the Beach Boys, Brian Wilson, started to use it. Oh, here we go.
I'm trying to find a volume that's.
That's nice.
Sorry. This is evolution. So evolution only has two notes, notes, G and C.
Okay.
So it sounds a bit. Some of them, let's see, not that one. No, not that. Some are very annoying. Oh, there. No. sounds sad.
That's pretty demonic.
Yeah.
Yay!
Yay! It's
That was
really
cool.
difficult. Some of the preset sounds or preset sounds scales are just a few notes, like the one Evolution there only has 2, and others have like all of them, including both the white and the black. What's the word?
The black keys.
Keys, right? Which makes every single little micromillimeter you move your hand changes the tone.
Mm. I put a link in the private chat to that documentary. It's on YouTube.
There is one.
Check it out. You could even just do a search on theremin documentary and it'll come up. It's about an hour and 20 minutes or something, but it's really well done. It's even, yeah, it's great.
Cool.
So Logo, what do you think about that instrument?
It's not my type of music, I would say, but it has some interesting sounds. Right?
You've heard some of those sounds though, like in horror movie, like old horror movies and stuff, mixed in with like the orchestra and the Day of the Earth Stood Still and some of these science fiction movies from the 1950s is when it started to be used. But there was a woman named Clara Rockmore, and she was kind of like the protege of theremin, and she played it like it was an orchestral instrument, and she could play classical music on it. And she's another one to look up, Clara Rockmore. She was probably one of the best musicians on the theremin.
I should add that this is what you heard now is the 3rd time in my life that I make sound with that thing. So.
Oh, I thought you did pretty good. You were actually playing a song there at the beginning, it sounded like.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm hoping my brother's gonna, because it's actually his. I bought it for him for a gift, or for his 40th. Took me a freaking year to get the money together, but it was worth it.
They're pretty expensive unless you buy a kit, and then you can make your own, and they're quite a bit cheaper. But
yeah, and the thing was, I had such a hard time coming up with a good gift, something I wanted to be something special, and he's very difficult to buy to because he's so specific with what he has interest, but he's so specific and like fine pointed what he enjoys with that specific interest. So it's really hard to buy something for him. And then it just hit me from more or less nowhere that we were at a I think it was a museum of technology, either in Switzerland or in Germany. When we were like, I don't know, I guess it was around 1990, somewhere around there. And they had one of those on display, which you could play on, and he played on it. And I instantly knew he had to have one. So I saved up, and he was very happy with it. But now I have it because we didn't want it to get lost with yeah. We did some maneuvering. I won't go into it, but I have it in safekeeping.
Good. My brother's got one, as I said, so it's interesting.
Yeah. Oh, we can play like. Have you played on it, your brothers?
Yeah, I played on it. It's really hard to. I mean, it's easy to make sounds, of course, but it's really hard to coordinate the two hands.
Yeah, and it's really hard to, like, it's hard to jump between notes. It becomes this if you play on the piano is the only real comparison I can, because I've played the piano. When you go from like C, D, E, F, G, A, you usually don't play that way when you play a melody. You don't play every note between. But that is pretty much what you have to, unless when you are really skilled, I suppose, because you can mute it and move your hand, but then you have to know exactly where your hand needs to be to get that note that you want.
It's like a slide guitar, really. I mean, you're going from one note to another, but you have to kind of cover all the notes in between, unless you pick your slide up and put it in a specific spot. On the guitar, that's easy, but in order to pick a specific spot for the theremin, you have to just go into this point in space and hope it for the best, I guess.
Exactly. I guess you get more and more used to it, kind of when it's not exactly the same, but I mean, if you play on the piano, again, it's my only comparison. I can't say it's the best comparison. But when you start to play, you need to like look at the keys to know where to put your hands. But when you get into it and you learn it, you know where the keys are without looking at them.
Right, just by the feel.
Exactly. And of course, it's different because you still have something that you press down on. You still have a point of contact with the piano, which you don't have with the theremin. It's just how far, yeah. But it's really cool. I would love to be able to well, I not master it, because that won't ever happen. But
look up that Clara Rockmore Deviant.
Yeah.
And see how she plays it, because there's several good videos. And it's really impressive and kind of funny too. I mean, she just has such a mastery of it. Let's can we show one of her theremin videos? Is that possible, Logan?
Yeah.
Can you put Clara, C-L-A-R-A?
Oh, hold on.
Whenever you're ready. I think they're pretty short. C-L-A-R-A, and then Rockmore, R-O-C-K-M-O-R-E. M-O. Yeah, I'm sorry, Logan.
Oh, sorry. C-L.
A-R-A.
A-R-A.
Space, and then Rockmore. R-O-C-K. Maybe it'll come up.
Yeah, it did.
Based on that.
It says Clara Rockmore plays the S-W-A-N.
S-W. Oh, Swan. Maybe something from Swan Lake or something. Let's see. How long is it?
I don't know. What do you think?
Let's hear a little bit of it.
Oh, the swan.
Oh, wait a minute. No, let's go back because she's playing the piano here, I think. Put in theremin after her name, Logan, if you can.
Is it?
Yeah.
T-H, yeah. Let's see. Now scroll down. There's a good one, maybe.
But this one?
Yeah. Let's check it out.
So
I want one just with a performance, but it's hard to see that.
Oh, that tried to take me somewhere else.
Let's see.
there, Theremin Concerto, Pastoral.
Let's check that one out.
Mm-hmm.
Bugs, give me the squishy and the speckled. Join me, Afina, as we explore the extraordinary. And it's all real.
A Real Bug's Life, streaming January 24th on Disney+.
The few bars you heard at the beginning of this program were taken from the second movement of a concerto in 3 movements for theremin and orchestra, especially written for me by Anis Fuleihan, and which I played in its entirety as soloist with many orchestras, the first performance under Leopold Stokowski. I would like to play now the entire second movement for
It's not a live.
This is a pastoral.
So,
There's actually videos of her actually playing though.
yeah, but the first one with the lady piano, it is actually her playing later.
Okay, the first video we were gonna play, you mean?
Yeah.
Can we go
Yeah.
back there, Logan?
So it's first
I mean-
it's a lady on a piano.
Was it at the top? Oh, the piano one. Okay.
Yeah.
The very top one, Logan. Yeah, that one right there. The second one there. Of her in the purple, I think.
It's just a different website. It doesn't show anything.
No.
That's weird.
Second one down there of her in the purple. Yeah, that one. Can you maximize that a little bit? Or? Oh, here we go. This is perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you, Logan.
Wow. It was really interesting watching her hand movements.
To do the vibrato.
Yeah.
Guess who's here?
Hello.
Mr. Stoney.
Who's here?
Hello.
Who's here?
The theremin music brought him.
Yeah,
Yes.
it woke me from the depths of my slumber and summoned me to the other depths of the internet.
Guess who? Guess who you missed earlier?
Wesley?
No.
Proverbs guys.
Yeah. Lupin was here, and Proverbs guy.
Lupin Stupin takes a poopin.
He and the Proverbs guy comment in my chat earlier.
Oh, really? How about that?
Big Bad Mama had a discussion with Lupin.
Was it a good discussion?
Oh yeah, it was. We went into great detail about all sorts of subjects, and he didn't interrupt me once. It was a very, very fruitful discussion.
You're lying to me. You're lying. Don't lie to me. Come on. I might have woke up 10 minutes ago, but I certainly wasn't born 10 minutes ago.
No, it was all right. He played a video by that one
Trey Smith.
Yeah,
Oh
I was going to call him a nut, but
no, Trey Smith is a nut.
And then Lupin left, and it was like he just played this video, and then he left, and I wanted to talk to him about some of the points. So he came back on, and we had a discussion, and then it ended up talking about Revelations, and it would have been good for you to talk to him about it, but he had to go.
Well, I was deep asleep in my slumbers. I don't know if y'all were. Who was here last night at the end of all that shenanigans? Yes. Okay.
What time was it?
Oh my goodness! It ended up being almost it was a 7-hour stream. It just went on and on and on and on and on, and it was wonderful. It was great. We had a good time. It was a lot of good conversation.
It was way more.
It was hilarious.
7 hours.
Well, okay, it was almost 8, including the first.
The video that's no longer up on your channel.
Oh, is it gone?
No, well, it's been blocked because of the what's the word?
Copyright. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure of that. I wonder if I got like a strikey do. Let's see. Where's my stuff?
So what is it?
Wait.
Here we go.
Here
we go. So that stream.
Yeah, this video contains copyrighted material. As a result, it has been blocked worldwide.
And I tried to snip it out.
Oh, I can. I'll get it done. That was
No, you can't. You can't.
Oh, I can. I can.
Are you sure?
It's my video. I should be able to.
Yeah, I
absolutely.
know.
Yeah. Look, I'm looking at it, and I'm looking at Soot Kettle doing a funky dance right now.
What?
Is he going to cause it to rain with his funky dance?
It's 9 hours and 14 minutes.
Yeah, it is. How did that happen? Oh,
well, I told you so. And the one before that is 43 hours.
43 hours?
43 minutes. 43 minutes.
The first one?
Yeah, the first one when my internet bandwidth got robbed and crashed my whole thing.
You mean the one where you accused us of screwing with you?
Oh my! I'm so sorry about that. I was getting so frustrated. Like you have no idea what it was like on my end. I would say something, and in the middle of saying it, you guys would say, "I can hear you. I can hear you," and then I would finish what I was saying, and then it would be dead silence, and nobody would respond to what I said. And I'm like, "If you can hear me, why aren't you talking to me? Please."
So what it says?
I'm so sorry that I got upset, but I did. I was getting upset. Like, not at you guys, but at the whole fiasco of what was going on.
Well, that's what something
What it tells
something you
me,
could do.
what it tells me is in the video editor, it says this video cannot be cut or trimmed because it's too long.
Oh, well, don't worry about that. There's no such thing as too long for me.
Okay.
Mark,
apparently 9 hours is not that long.
Wow. Mark, Lupin
yes,
said he
sir.
looked into preterism, but he says that he
It
did.
doesn't add up, man. It don't add up because Bible don't tell nothing about the old days. It's all about today and tomorrow.
I
Something
don't know
like
what his
that.
position is. I really don't.
Sorry.
Why?
Well, I have an idea. That's what you could head for, right? For a 43 hours stream.
Ooh.
Right?
Well, actually, if you go back on my channel, I've got a couple of 800-hour streams, but you can't replay them because, for obvious reasons. No, I had a time where I was just, well, they just let the stream go. It was just a playlist. It played over and over. It was like 100-something videos. They were all about Hovind, and they played on a loop for months.
I
Almost
remember.
a full year, non-consecutively, but kept it going. Go ahead.
I contributed some videos to that playlist.
Mm-hmm. I'm eating a donut, so
I know. I'm gonna come back. I gotta go eat something. I haven't eaten today yet.
I got a donut.
Oh.
See you soon.
This is what's good about having a kid, because she wanted to go to the 7-Eleven, and they have my favorite flavor of coffee over there, and I hadn't had a donut yet, which I don't normally have donuts, but for some reason I needed a donut today, and I hadn't had one yet. So she came to me and said, "Hey, can I go to the 7-Eleven? Yeah, here's a couple extra bucks. Give me a coffee and a donut," and I didn't have to go anywhere.
Oh,
And
that's
still
why
my
people get kids.
yeah,
I
that's the
get
only
it now.
reason.
I get
Well,
it
back in the
now.
old days, when you actually had to work for food, like put it in the ground and grow it, and go slaughter your own animals, like farm life
Yeah.
on the frontier and whatnot, you wanted kids because kids can work.
Oh yeah, of course.
I mean, I'm not saying like small children. I'm talking like when they get to an age where they can perform,
Yes.
around the plantation type activities.
And also remember, you need many kids because probably more than half of them will die before they even reach the
Right.
age where they
Yeah.
can, which is kind of terrible, but true.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when I hear like a donut, in Germany we have a candy, like a similar thing that is called American.
It's just called American?
Yes, because it was first called ammoniaki, and that does not sound delicious. So they
No, it
renamed
sounds
to-
yucky.
Yeah, because it was not made with yeast, it was made with baking powder, right? And then they renamed it to American, so we actually have you as a candy, right? You guys, and you are so sweet.
Oh, thank you.
That's all right. We got you as a war trophy, so
Mr. Logo. Oh, Mark. Do you believe? What's it called? What's it called? What does the part when the Bible said? I mean, what's it called? The final book in the Bible.
Revelation.
Yeah.
No. It's Revelation, not Revelations.
I said Revelation.
You said Revelations.
Is it all literal?
A lot of people do
I'm
that.
sorry.
No, it's not all literal. That's the dumbest thing in the world, to think that everything the Bible is to be interpreted as literal. No. There's
What about?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. What about? Uh, oh, well, yeah. What do you think of that guy, Trey Smith?
He's a nutter butter with some really, really bad ideas and acting skills and order skills and production value. He's terrible. There's no quality to that man other than he's a fellow man.
But what do you like about his ideals and what he says?
Nothing. He's crazy.
You serious?
Trey Smith is a nut.
Oh.
I haven't look.
did
It's been since my DAL days since I really looked into Trey Smith, but I had my fill of people coming to me telling me how great this Trey Smith was, and every time I'd look into it, it was worse and worse.
Wow. But Lupin likes him.
Of course, he probably likes. Oh goodness, I had a name. Why does that happen to me? I have a name or a word, and as soon as I wind up to say it, it leaves my whole entire existence.
Yep.
There's like this word vacuum that subliminates random collections of words at random times, and it doesn't respect any of my desire to use that word. It just says, nope, can't do it.
Not this time.
But I have
Not
Google.
today,
Sometimes that
Satan.
helps. Not today, Satan.
What do you think of David Wood?
I don't know David Wood.
He's funny. He had this thing where he had his buddy play Mohammed. Have people meet Mohammed in his boom boom room. It's funny.
The boom boom room. What's a boom?
He meets
boom
everybody.
Room? What's a boom
Where he
boom
blows
room?
people. I don't know. He's crazy. It's funny. He meets all kinds of people. He met Jeff Epstein. He met the KKK. He met the Nation of Islam. He met Dark Vader and Joker. He met
Rude. It was Rude. Who is this guy? Rude. R-U-D. Paul? Is it Paul Rude?
No, I never heard of him. Is he Rick Rude?
It is? I can't. My brain's not working.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Welcome to the club.
Am I supposed to talk now?
Yes.
Oh. It's like dead silence. I even stopped typing. I'm like, did I miss something?
Proverbs guys is on aliens or demons.
Oh wow.
Is the topic.
You want to look at their show?
Is Achilles on?
Yeah.
So the one I'm thinking about is Michael Rude.
He's very rude.
I can't tell you how many people came to Dinosaur Adventureland pontificating about the greatness of Michael Rude and A Rude Awakening, which was his website or whatever.
That guy's very rude.
He's a Hebrew roots guy. It's Stephen Bolin. You can ask Bolin about Michael Rude. He'll tell you all about. I don't know if he still subscribes to him or not, but do they have like an about? Where is they don't even
How
have.
could some people?
It's ridiculous.
Say they believe in the New Testament, but don't believe Apostle Paul's one of Jesus' disciples.
Because the Apostle Paul teaches things like predestination, and there are Christians that hate that concept so much because it takes absolutely every ounce of glory away from man and gives it all to God for the work of salvation. So Jesus is the author and finisher of our faith. That's what the Bible says. But these anti-Pauline epistle types like this Michael Rude, Stephen Bolin used to be one. They just, I don't know why they do it. I don't know why they come up with this idea that Paul doesn't belong in the New Testament. If Paul doesn't belong in the New Testament doesn't belong in the Bible. Okay? That's, I mean, and maybe that's what they're going for. Maybe they're just like pretending to be Christian, but they're really just, ancient Israelites or want to be ancient Israelites.
Oh.
And one of the things, and I'm on his page and I'm looking for like a statement of faith or an about or something, but it's just not on the page. I mean, there's a donate with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different levels, or probably even more than that. You've got a one-time gift, you got your monthly love gift, your ambassador club, your executive producer level, the Lydia project, and you can also donate annually. So yeah, they're all about how can you give us money, but there is no about or
Is there a hate level?
statement of faith.
Monthly hate? If there is a
I believe that would fall. Well, the monthly love gift, you see, that's a misnomer, because this particular, and I won't even call it a denomination of Christianity because it's not even Christian. They say it's Christian, but it's not. It's more Talmudic than anything I've ever seen that isn't outright, Judaism.
Jewish. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's some of the craziest stuff this guy talks. It's like a living Ron Wyatt, basically, except he doesn't do any digging. He just runs his mouth.
Oh.
Michael Rood. Kent loves
Okay,
him.
guys, it's getting late here, so I'm like dropping out.
Thank you for
But I
joining
will
us.
thank you, but I will maybe see you on like Friday or Saturday. I will stay longer if I catch you online again, right?
Sure, Mr. Logo. Well,
Yeah.
check this out. Go to RootAwakening .tv, and under the community tab, you can take a free ham radio class. So enjoy that piece of information before you go. Yeah, but I have no idea what their statement of faith is. Good night, bro.
Okay, see you. Bye.
Good night, Mr. Logo. He's Mr. Logo.
Mr.
This is the
Logan.
weirdest thing. There is, I mean, they have a newsletter, they have social media, they've got an ambassador club, a blog, feasts and resources, monthly love gift. Again, front and center on the main page. Wow. Okay. And
But
yeah,
they don't
there's
have
just
an about.
there's not an about section. There's not a statement of faith. There's not anything that you would normally find on like a Christian website. Because whenever I go to like a church website, the first thing I'm going to look at, if I'm thinking about going to this church, I go to their statement of faith and see if it lines up with Scripture. And
Yeah.
that, I mean, I know this isn't a church, but this is supposedly a ministry, right? A Rude Awakening International. I mean, that sounds like a ministry to me, but where is the
Yeah, I
statement of
mean,
faith?
any type of. Well, that is kind of rude, actually.
That is very rude. Like, I want to know. Oh, here's another place where you can give. Yeah.
When you see
so
that, it's usually
more ways to give.
something fishy when an organization or whatever doesn't want to isn't open with what they stand for.
Oh, I'm at the very bottom of the page now. Let's see. Blogs, quick links, Shabbat Night Live. That's total ripoff of my show, Saturday Night Live. Jerks. I'm gonna start having to copyright my live streams. But no, there's testimonials, but that's from other people. This isn't. There's no statement of faith. This is insane.
Sorry.
Even DocDino.com has a statement of faith, I think.
You think?
I well, it changes. How do you? What is? It's not docdino.com anymore. Is it gone? Hold up. No way.
Well, he's apparently created 87 new accounts. Not 87. I don't know how many, but several.
It was like one, wasn't it, or two?
I don't remember.
Okay, I know that he has links in places. He's got nothing in his community tab.
Like you have
Wow.
muscles where people in places where people don't have places.
Muscles in people where people don't have places.
I mean, you have muscles in places where people don't have places.
Yeah, exactly.
Is it true your arms like people's legs and your legs is like people?
That's weird.
Yeah, it's a little weird. So they still have they've got Lone Star 1776. They took Kent Hovind is innocent.com down. Oh, it's not Doc Dino. Yeah, it's been in the descriptions of their stuff for quite a while, but it's not now. Mission. See, look, the very second. Well, okay, donate is the very second thing on the Doc Dino. I can share, can't I? I'm just gonna do that. We're gonna look at this because it's Kent Hovind. I don't know. So look at that mission statement, front and center. Boom. I mean, yeah, there's the donate button, but
yeah, sure. But
you want to see something interesting about their donating stuff? All right, so you can donate to Creation Science Evangelism Ministry Inc., which it's funny that they use this acronym so much, the CSEM, because that's an acronym for something else that's vaguely related to things that we know about that place. Child sexual exploitation material. So,
right.
that's actually a thing, CSEM. And if you highlight this little check mark, this little blue, purple, almost black check mark, PayPal claims to have verified this charity as registered with the proper governmental authorities and that this PayPal account belongs to the charity. Since when was any of this a charity? Yeah, that's what it says. Look at it. Look at it. Right there. I'll even zoom in so you can see it better.
Yeah. PayPal has verified this charity is okay.
It's a charity, right? It's a homeless camp that kicks homeless people out when they disagree with the homeless leader.
Right.
It's oh my goodness, it's such a scam. Scammy.
Game. It's a scam.
Oh wow, you guys have been going for 3.5 hours already?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Yep.
So as slimy and horrible as we all know Kent Hovind and and his little ragtag group of board members that are perverts through and through, at least they had the wherewithal about them to put a mission statement on their website. Whereas you've got this Michael Rood guy who just plasters how to pay me all over his website. Incredible.
As I said, it's kind of telling when people who like it's one thing to have like a personal website or a blog or whatever. But something like that when they call themselves a ministry and they ask for donations and whatnot, and not be up and front about this is what we believe, this is who we are, these are the people who govern this ministry or charity or whatever it is. that to me is a sign of some kind of dishonesty.
Yeah. So they have 105 pictures up now. That's a lot more than they used to have. So that's the Science Center. The letters there that say Science Center, I actually put that there. That was Kent's idea to do it that way, but I did it. It's weird, but that's what it is. Yeah. All the stuff that I built, that I helped build everywhere.
What?
Yeah, it's just a bunch of poorly constructed with absolutely no forethought as to the design whatsoever. Hey, that's the RV I used to live in.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's your old
Well,
home.
I say I used to live in it. It was mine. I bought it.
Okay.
Yeah. All the dunes, the sand dunes. That joint that I was telling Big Bad Mama about that I buried out on the sand dune is going to be somewhere in, I don't know if you can see my mouse, but it's like
Yeah.
in this area.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's
Yeah.
good.
So Big Bad
So
Mama, when you go, that's where it'll be.
probably hasn't changed because that seems to be a very like still area where the sand doesn't move much. So it's
Oh,
probably
well,
there still.
yeah, well, you see all the track marks, all the footsteps.
Yeah.
This place gets a lot of kids and a lot of four-wheelers. And okay, so my first time there, and this was probably the first time I ever rode a four-wheeler at Dinosaur Adventureland. This would have been like 2018. So you see these little trails that go down this kind of cliff.
Yeah.
Like I'd seen these from the other side, and I was on the top, and I was like, I want to go down one of these hills. That looks like fun. So I skip right past this first one here, right past this second one, and right here is where I decided that this is the hill that I wanted to go down because I thought that one was this one. So I drove right off the edge of this cliff, and it was a vertical drop, and it was straight down, and it scared me. I recovered, like I just throttled it as hard as I could, and as soon as those tires hit the sand, it was all good. But I was in a free
Mark.
fall, completely unexpected there for a second.
What surprise!
Mark.
Surprise!
Yeah.
What do you think of this, Mark? What Claude said.
I think Lupin is banned from the Proverbs Creatures channel now.
What?
Didn't that already happen like a while ago though?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Before, I think they just split ways, but now I think he's talking about he's been banned.
Wow, like banned. Okay.
Yeah. What do you think of that, Mark?
Oh, okay. That's I'm not surprised. Larry and Cindy over there are the boss, so, and I don't think they like to put up with much bull crap. Yeah. Hey, there's that Alabama redneck swing. Mm-hmm.
You serious?
Wait a second.
What?
They have a picture of the excavator. Whoa. Why is there Okay, what? I can't zoom into that? Fine. I
I'm
won't zoom
sorry.
into it. But there's a picture of an excavator with a rope on it, but there's no on the sign, but in the picture that the sign is in, there's no excavator. Where's the redneck swing? Whatever. That's where Stephen died.
Oh, and
The
that's
little boy.
the gazebo.
Yeah,
That
right about here. Right next to the dock is where
Oh, and so close to the
yeah.
shore or whatever.
So what had happened that day, he had like 5 kids, I think, or a bunch of kids, and one of them was out here where my mouse is, and he
Yeah.
was and it's not that deep. It's not that deep, but he was a little kid and probably 7, and it was deep for him. It was up to his shoulders, up to his chin, and he was starting to jump and keep his head above water. And I noticed him
Yeah.
from about the vantage point that this picture was taken is about where the pavilion is, and that's where we were playing pool. And I told the dad I was pretty calm about it because the kid wasn't like really struggling. He was just getting out there, and I mean he was struggling he was bobbing a little bit, but it wasn't like he was going under and staying under. It was a consistent, like, he's above the water like 90% of the time, and then
Yeah.
he would, yeah. So anyway, I said, hey dude, your kid's getting kind of deep out there, you might want to go reel him in. And he panics and takes off on a dead sprint right out here. What I think happened is Steven was probably trying to run with his dad along the dock here, and
Oh.
probably slipped and smacked his head on one of these things, because he had a
Yeah.
huge bruise right above his right eye.
Oh,
So,
okay.
and like a bruise that pops up that fast is a pretty significant
Oh yeah.
impact.
Oh yeah.
And we're talking like a minute. He might have been in the water for a minute or less. But he hit so hard when he came out of the water that bruise was already formed and prominent, and even starting to, well, he was starting to discolor, but that was too. So I'm certain, I'm not certain, but I'm fairly positive that's what happened as he was running along the dock, and everybody
Yeah.
was watching his dad Baywatch his ass into the water, and nobody noticed Steven. And it's unfortunate, but that's what happened.
It's
Oh, that's the
I
pool
can't
table.
even. Oh look.
Yep,
I
that's
can't
the pool
even
table.
imagine for the dad to go out and, like, he's gonna have a pleasant time with his kids, and then come home and be one son short. That's
Yeah,
it's
horrible.
so yeah.
It was a very traumatic event for everybody there,
Of
except for Kent.
course.
He was all about damage control.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, they sure did take a lot of pictures of the scene of the accident. Oh, there's Steve Lynn's $50,000 Jeep.
Oh,
And stuff like
that's a nice
this.
picture.
Yeah, stuff like this is, I loved going out on this sand dune because it's out in the sticks, out in the middle of nowhere, and you can see stars. You can see some stars. So yeah, that was always nice.
Mm.
Achilles should take his telescope up there. And look, you can even, and this was what was really awesome. You could see the band of the galaxy right here.
Right.
And he takes it was so funny when he came on Father Charles' show the other day. He said he bought a big telescope, and
Yeah.
Claude said, "No need to boast." And Big Bad Mama said, "I have a bigger telescope than you."
Yeah.
What would you say to him, Mark?
I think seeing Kent Hovind in a Santa's sleigh is anti Hovind. He doesn't do Christmas.
Okay.
But apparently Sandra does. That's not DAL. That's at a local park, and
Oh, okay.
that's in Bruton. I don't know who those
He
clowns
doesn't
are.
do Christmas.
No, Christmas is evil to Hovind.
Okay, is he Jehovah's Witness? Because it's him and Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah, he's independent fundamental chicken eating Baptist something other, whatever. No. Oh, so these are Sandra's and Kent's. Well, it's not Kent's kids, but these are Sandra's kids, and Kent calls himself their daddy.
Oh, poor kids.
I don't know. Okay, that's Joseph right there,
Mm-hmm.
right behind Kent, and I don't know anybody else. Strange. I don't know who that baby is. Cute though.
Yeah. What does it say?
Jesus, America's salvation. Y'all, check this out, y'all. See, Jesus died for America. All right, so you Swedes can just go piss off. All right, this is America stuff. America,
America.
America. Yeah. That would be Sandra's daughter. I can't remember what her name is. I really don't care.
Oh, sorry.
And Turbo the tortoise, the
Turbo the
African
tortoise.
spurred tortoise. It's good to see he's still alive. Well, I mean, I
Ooh,
don't know how
those can live
old,
for hundreds of years.
if properly taken care of. So
Yeah.
anyway, I'm
Oh,
surprised to see
okay.
he's still alive, and that's just a
Yeah,
picture. So
yeah.
this is one of the most dangerous things. But
What
hey,
what is it?
leap of faith. It's just a big swing. It's actually pretty
Oh,
neat.
okay. Is it one of these? No, you said it was a swing. It's not one of these that go on a line and.
All
Oh,
right, so
this is hard to describe.
you've got these two service poles here, telephone poles or whatever you want to call them,
Yeah.
and they're guy wired to the ground in various places. There was an actual engineer that designed. I think it was I don't remember who designed it. It wasn't Kent. Kent just said, "Hey, let's do this. I got these two long telephone poles. Let's put a swing up." But it's actually pretty secure the way it's built. This platform is janky as all get out. That's terribly constructed, whatever it is. But anyway, basically, you've got this cable between the two poles, and then two cables that meet into like a seat, and you get to sit in the seat
Okay.
and jump off the cliff, and it's a big swing. You know, it goes whee.
Okay, I see. Oh.
Yeah. And those are the satellite dishes, which are actually pretty cool because you can stand in front of these, and it's like 500 something feet across the way is another satellite dish, and they're aimed at each other, and you can whisper to one another and hear each other. That's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Concrete form dinosaur feet. Hoven. Satan.
What's that?
Fat pig. But it's
Yeah,
not
that is-
Millie. That's not Millie the pig. Millie the pig got eaten by the cult.
Oh.
Yeah, somebody donated a big old pig, huge pig. Her name was Millie, and she was a beloved pet. And the person that donated her said, "Listen, you can have the pig, but you can never eat the pig." They ate the pig. Kent hates
Oh.
cats. I don't know why he's holding a cat in this picture, but he hates cats. Yeah, okay. Somebody's putting in a light bulb, and it's apparently hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh, they changed the sign. They took down my okay, jerks. They did the science center part. You see, they
Yeah.
changed it. Yeah, they changed it. That's fine. I thought it looked awful, but that's what Kent wanted. That looks much better
Yeah, for sure.
than the original.
The one that you can
Leap of-
see behind the gallery, where it says
Yeah.
gallery. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that one.
A bull pit.
Bull pit.
Bull pit.
Listen, oh my goodness. So you see there's a roof above this ball pit. That wasn't always there. They built around this thing. They just didn't want to move it. Well, we'll just build around it. And there it is inside.
Oh, so the ball pit is inside the boat.
Yes. Well, it's the Ark.
Okay.
The Noah's Ark, because that's an exact replica of Noah's Ark.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's cute. A doggy dog. I will never disparage a dog.
Ooh.
Unless it's a bad dog like Cujo. That's a
Yeah.
cute puggy pug. Oh. See, that's the leap of faith swing.
Ah,
So there's
okay. Yeah,
someone
yeah.
swinging on it. Goliath. You're supposed to throw rocks at him or something. I would take a bucket of golf balls and try to hit him with a golf ball, drive him over there. That's fun. It was a good pastime, I guess. There's the swing, the swing, the swing, slides. Yeah, they just built like a whole playground on top of a shipping container, which that's pretty creative. That's pretty neat. More swings. Totally not a children's ministry, y'all. And there's
Oh no,
definitely,
absolutely not.
not a children's ministry. Not like they've got a petting zoo and a playground and everything is like kid themed and there's kids everywhere. But no,
No.
it's not a children's ministry. It's for pedophiles. I mean, pedophiles need creation too. I mean, it's almost mostly kids. If you've
Yeah.
noticed, it's mostly
Mhm.
kids. Now, this is the taxidermy room. This is pretty cool. Some guy that owned a taxidermy shop left his taxidermy collection to Kent Hovind in his will, and it was basically that shipping container full of all these stuffed animals. So
Oh.
that is actually pretty cool. That's a wolf.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a slide down into the ball pit. Well, they just put some random pictures all over the place, didn't they?
Mhm.
There's a bunny rabbit.
Yeah. They have the cutest noses.
Oh yeah, very boopable.
Mhm. Mhm. What?
Oh, that right there is Bobby. Her name is Bobby. Bobby's the one that came to DAL with her boyfriend, got married at DAL by Kent Hovind, and then left her husband for Joseph.
Oh.
Yeah, that's her right there. That's Joseph's. What do you call if you're married to somebody that's married to somebody else? What would you call your wife? Or your wait? I don't think it. Okay, my brain just broke. It doesn't work.
No.
It doesn't work that way. More Hovind. See, look, and like for all the effort and all the money that goes into building this place, this is how I can tell you it's fake. The displays are literally just copy paper that has been laminated. Like nothing's framed, nothing's like display quality. It's just copy paper with it's laminated so that it doesn't get soaked in the weather, which is smart, I guess. But
Yeah, it would
it's
be
just
worse if
cheap.
it wasn't. But
It's just
yeah.
cheap, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, they had a CNC machine that they could be engraving signs, but they gave it to somebody that stole it.
Yep.
Whoa. That's some hair right there.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, there's the Merry Christmas. Never saw anything like that around Dinosaur Land when I was there. Don't know any of these folks. I wonder if that's Big Will right there. That looks like a pretty big fella.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like the kind of fella I'd really want to mess with too much, but he does look like a big fella. Tall. And Kent says he's tall.
With a huge beard.
There's the day moon. That's always cool. Aw, pretty flowers.
Okay.
Flowers, flowers, flowers.
Mm.
Dino, Dino, Dino. Look at the moldy sign. Like,
Yeah.
clean your sign. And what's up with this picture? Like, I don't understand this photograph.
No, I was
It
gonna ask.
seems because you don't have the whole sign. It seems like the
Right.
focus is the camera. Does it not? The focus is
Yeah.
this little security
Yeah.
camera. That's a weird picture to throw in. There's like, we're watching you. Look at the moldy
Yeah, because
sign.
you can't read the entire sign, and it's not.
No reckless driving, no alcohol or drugs, or inebriated people on the property. What if I get my dog drunk? Perfectly within the rules. No immodest dress. Glorify God and your appearance. Please wear a dark shirt over your swimsuits. See, I never could figure that one out because when I go swimming, I just put on some swim shorts and like I couldn't figure out how to put the dark shirt over it. So I just didn't swim.
You should have swum in your nude.
I did
I
swim
couldn't.
quite a bit. I like swimming. But if I ever got water in my ear from that lake, I would get the most horrendous ear infections. And I got a
Oh, I
couple of
can
them while I was
imagine.
there.
I can imagine.
Brady Byron painted this barn.
Oh, how pretty.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Random pictures. There's an emu.
Oh,
Those guys
there.
are dumb.
Oh, yeah.
Emus
Yeah,
are the
they have
dumbest
pea
things.
brain.
They ate one because it was mean, though.
Is that true?
I
Yeah.
believe it. I believe it. Emus are not only dumb, they're almost indestructible. I've seen an emu take down a mouthful of 3-inch construction screws. Just ate him. Whatever. I was sure he was gonna die, but he never died.
Do you know about the emu wars in
Mm-mm.
Australia?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They were a pest.
Yeah.
I know that
Emus.
cats are a problem in Australia.
Oh,
You know
not
they
like the
hunt.
emu.
Cane toads are the worst things for Australia.
Cats, like house cats. Feral house cats is one of Australia's biggest problems right now. People go out and hunt house cats
No.
because, yes, well, listen, the population is obliterating the indigenous species, the small rodents, the lizards. These cats are destroying the environment down there.
Because
They really
people
are,
don't
the
take care
ecosystem.
of because people don't take care of their cats the way they should.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's going to be feral cats anywhere and everywhere, but it's especially a problem in Australia because of all the prey. I mean, it's a smorgasbord of small critters for
Yeah,
a
but
house cat. Like,
yeah, but what I mean is if you take care of your cat properly, that means
right,
you don't just let them go outside and do whatever.
right. But
There's no predators to kill them anymore either. I mean, they become
Yeah.
the top
Yeah.
of the heap at that point.
So that's my car right there.
What
That
is
was
it?
Yeah, that's my car. That was my cabin.
Oh,
Yay! That's an old
Nice.
picture then. Yeah, old picture.
That's the one that you built that's on the side of the lake?
No. That's the one that I built. That's in the main camp.
Okay.
It's just one of those pre-manufactured storage sheds. It was just a shell, like just the framing and a exterior wall and a roof, and obviously a floor. But we did the interior, the deck, this little overhang, the windows, the doors. We turned them into nice little cabins for what they are. They're not huge or anything, but easily accommodating. So yeah, this is what DAL looks like. It's actually a cool place. Like if you've been there, there's some pretty neat stuff to do, and it's not like a world-class attraction, but for the middle of nowhere
yeah.
Alabama, if it wasn't about the crazy cult stuff and the pedophile stuff and the scientific illiteracy stuff, then it would be a pretty neat little place. But
Yeah.
I had fun.
that's Millie. Oh, Millie the pig. Millie.
I don't want to hear about that.
Millie. I miss Millie. She was
That's
good.
horrible.
Millie would come on my porch, that cabin 5. She'd come on my porch to see me. Or, well, I mean, she was eating Grace's food, but I figured she was just there to see me.
I think she was there to see you. The food was
Yeah.
just a bonus.
Right. But yeah, there's really nothing. I think we're all the way back to the beginning, so I'm gonna stop sharing. So yeah, that
That was
DAO.
nice. I've never. I mean, I've seen a couple of pictures from there, like snippets of the area, but this gave a more cohesive.
Yeah.
And it's really big. I mean, you don't
It is.
expect it really until you get there, but it's an expansive piece of land, and
It's 140
Yeah,
acres.
I didn't have no. I wasn't aware of how big it was actually. I get much bigger. I mean, yeah, 40 acres, but that doesn't tell me
140 acres.
140.
Okay.
I mean, that's like I would tell you it's 251.
Okay, so 140 acres is how many square kilometers?
Oh, that doesn't tell me anything at all either. I'm terrible at when it comes to like if you say it's say 200 times 100 meter, that gives me an idea. But
Okay, it's a little over half a square kilometer, and that doesn't tell you anything.
No, but I can count on that. I mean, maybe.
I always thought that Kent should reforest a large section of that and create a really nice hiking trail for hikers to hike through there and do a big loop.
Yep.
Because I think you could get people in there because it is pretty, but a lot of it has been damaged from its use as a gravel pit.
Right.
And
yeah.
it would need like definite topsoil rehabilitation. And
Wait, you said it was.
That can't be right.
Did you say it was half
a square kilometer?
Okay.
I think. Is that right? I don't know.
It sounds like more. It should be more than that, I would imagine. But
well, a kilometer is
it
pretty.
Says
how many acres is it?
140.
So 0.12 acres equals 500 square meters, which is equivalent to half of a square kilo. No, it's not. I'm lying.
Kilometer.
It's about a half a mile from one end to the other of the longest. It's not a perfect square, so you got like a half a mile from one end of the property to the other, and it's an L shaped. So that's the longest distance from one end to the other. About approximately.
Did you say in miles?
Miles, inches, kilometers, meters, centimeters.
Miles. How many did you say?
That's just a guesstimation.
Yeah, but.
Oh, you know what we're gonna do?
How many?
Why are we so dumb? Why are we being dumb? Somebody tell me. Explain to me why are we being dumb?
Well, I can't because I'm even dumber. Right?
Okay, I'm gonna pull up Google Earth.
Oh.
And do the smart
look
stuff.
Look at Mr. Smart Guy.
Yeah.
Oh, Google Earth. Okay.
Yeah. Let me share the screen. And we're gonna find it. Okay. So I'm signed in. Wait, nope. No project. Search Google Earth. I'm gonna go 488.
Oh, hi, Big Daddy.
Pearl Lane. Oh, hey, Logan.
Hi.
Hi, Logan. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Awesome.
Oh, Claude said that he thinks that Lupin's been banned from the Proverb Creatures channel now.
Well, you know what I noticed is if you go to if you go to the homepage of Proverbs Guys, they still list Stump's channel, but they don't list Lupin's channel anymore.
Huh. That's interesting. How do I... There used to be tools. Okay, tools. So we're going to do a measurement here. All right. And let's just start here to here. That's 930 meters. And it goes this way, and it goes this way, and then back this way. So that's the basic property. You've got 530,053 square meters. That's a perimeter of 3,267. And it is an odd shape, and that's not a perfect.
Wait. What to say? 3,267.43 meters.
That's the distance around if you were to walk the.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And here it says, is the dot or
The blue dot is where Hoven's house is.
No. It says area 530, and then there is something.
0.530 comma. That's 530,000. 53.
Okay.
530,053.
Take the area of the rhombus plus the area of the trapezoid to the north and add the two together, and you'll get the exact measurement.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, that's true.
Yeah.
Actually, exactly how you would do it. So let's count the lakes. I see 1, 2, 3, 4,
But
5.
if we do it like this, no.
And
wrong.
by the way, the lake and one of these lakes has become, or two of these lakes have become one. So there's 4 lakes. But if you ask Kent, he's got 10, 15, 20, 30?
16, I think, but some of them he's counting seem like dry lakes that maybe had water in the past. What's the deepest depth of one of these lakes, Mark? Is it like that Is it like that northernmost lake?
No, the one over here, to the, I guess that would be the east. And this is the lake where the lake cabin that I built.
That's what I'm thinking about. That lake looked deep.
That's the deepest one. The rest of them are pretty shallow, especially this one, the Green Lake, and this one, the main lake. They're just very shallow.
Have samples been analyzed for bacteria in those lakes, or
no?
No.
No. You think Kent would do that? He'd get shut down.
That's true. Well, I thought maybe the county would do it on their own, just as because
nope.
That probably is kind of I mean, there's a lot of mosquito breeding ground there for one thing, but
the mosquitoes were not that bad there.
Okay.
Come to think of it, like in where I grew up in Alabama, like mosquitoes would carry you away. Like you go outside, you need to strap yourself down to something because those bastards will get you. But at DAL, like I don't ever remember mosquitoes being that big of a problem, like ever. So that's weird. Now that I think about it, but yeah, it's like perfect breeding ground for mosquitoes and everything.
Uh-oh. What happened, Logan?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you. I see Sky's on the thing on Facebook.
What?
The Skyler guy.
He's got a Facebook.
I mean, he's active right now.
Oh, okay.
But Mark,
I wonder
would
if he's
you
near
ever
my house using my Wi-Fi?
Would
I
you
should
ever,
change my Wi-Fi password.
Yes.
It's a good idea. That's a great idea.
I
Mark?
don't know how to do that though.
It's probably not that hard. Just go into
No.
settings.
Yeah. It shouldn't be hard.
And you should really do it.
Yeah.
Not
Sooner
because
than
it's
later.
not because
Let's get it
he
done.
would not because he would there would be an issue that he used your Wi-Fi, but because it gives it's a potential in
Yeah,
point.
one more reason for him to be there.
Yeah. I have to I would have to shut down to do it though. Because I have to
Don't shut
reset my
down.
router.
Yeah, you don't have to do it right now, but
No, but no.
Just in the next 10 minutes.
Okay.
Right.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and get off and get it taken care of because I haven't taken
come back.
well, I haven't taken all my morning ritualistic steps
Oh.
of waking up. Even though it's 1:20 p.m., I only woke up about an hour ago because I was up all night with you guys.
Mhm.
We're gonna miss you.
Oh, don't worry. I'll do a stream tonight probably.
I'm gonna make it.
Yeah.
Big Bad Mama.
Yeah.
What if? Oh, Mark, if they offer you a job as one of their hosts on the Proverb Guys, would you join it, Mark?
No, I don't do hosting or I'm not like that. Like I'm just a guy on the internet that likes to hang out sometimes. I don't want to do a host. I don't want to do a structured show. I don't want to do debates. But I'm more than happy to come and discuss things with people whenever I feel like getting online though. You know, I don't want to do that now. Did that take you by surprise?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you're good, Mark.
Thank you.
You're a good son.
Thank you.
We're proud of you.
Oh, thanks, Dad. Thanks, Dad. All right, Mom, Dad, brother. I'm out. Y'all have a good day. I'll probably see y'all later in the day. I'm sure.
But we miss you.
All right.
Sounds
Take
good.
care.
Take care. Bye.
Big and the bad and the mama.
The bad.
Did you have fun?
Did I have fun when?
When you debated, had a discussion with the Lupin, the mighty Lupin.
Not really.
Lupin.
To be honest with you, I had to just come on because he was just spreading so much misinformation that I thought, I just felt obligated to come on.
Oh, okay. What about
I didn't. It wasn't like it wasn't fun. It's just like it's not relaxing. I guess it's just like having a discussion with like people like you guys.
What about with Dusty?
No.
What about?
That's not relaxing in any way.
What about with a talk with Mark?
A topless what?
No, not topless. I mean, what about you had a discussion with Ken Holvine?
I don't. Probably not. I don't know.
Yeah,
I prefer, frankly, talking to Deviant, Mr. Logo, Mark, Aiden, Claude, you, Logan, Charles, Christian, the people that,
Yeah.
I much prefer having those types of conversations. I just think some of the people are, they just don't know how to have conversations. And so,
would you ever,
yeah.
Would you ever have a discussion with Achilles over the shape of the earth?
I would just have a discussion with him.
Yeah.
I think interviewing him would be kind of interesting. I think we should try to set that up. And I won't even bring up the flat earth, actually. I just want to know about his day-to-day life in Greece, really, and kind of,
It's a very
him growing up there, because I'm interested in that. And, you know, and again, he can talk about whatever he wants, but I wouldn't grill him about anything.
Is it very greasy there?
Have you been to Greece, Deviant?
No, I haven't. I would like to go though. I would like to go and see the sites.
Yeah.
The
I always
classic
wanted to see
sites.
some of the islands, including Crete, and then I wanted to climb Mount Olympus.
Ooh, that would be something.
Because it looks, I mean, it's like gorgeous. It's a really, it's a
Yeah.
beautiful mountain.
What if you saw Zeus there?
That would be just icing on the cake.
He grabbed
I'd
the light
love to see Zeus.
and throw
I
light.
love Zeus.
Did you send him candy and flowers too?
No, just Mr. Logo. He hasn't got him yet, though.
Oh, okay. What about the Miss Outcast?
What about?
Did I send her flowers?
Yeah.
She won't give me her information, so I can't. Otherwise, I'd be showering her in gifts right now.
Yeah.
What if you fall into another dimension where you two are married? Aiden's your son.
Aiden's our
Okay.
son.
So
Well,
far, so good.
Aiden could actually be
Don't
my son.
spoil it like you usually do by throwing Dustin in there or something.
But you're in charge of both King and Queen of Egypt. And
Oh, do I want to live in Egypt as the king? No, I don't really want to live in Egypt.
I always say this. It doesn't work because I would be king. So, I mean, Hatshepsut was king.
You can be king and I'll be queen then. I don't take these
I go
rules
for that.
seriously.
Yeah, I go for that.
I could care less.
what if Dustin leads the army to take you out and he wants to take over?
Oh,
Well,
we'll defeat
bad idea.
him.
Yeah.
We'll defeat him in no time because now I've heard his plan. So he'll be ambushed as he comes across the Nile.
And he's using your General Claude with his army to take him on?
I would use Aiden Linden, General Linden, because he knows war tactics.
What about Mark Stoney? He doesn't.
Yeah,
need
Mark Stoney too. He'd be a field marshal. I don't know if that's a good word.
What about
Mark
Claude?
Mark doesn't want to be an army guy.
Oh.
So I would put him in the temple.
Okay.
Like överstepräst. What's the word? The top priest. The high
Right.
priest. That's the word.
The high priest.
Yes.
Which god?
Oh,
And
I mean, it would have to be Amun, because Amun is the top deity, the one that's closest connected to the pharaoh. But I would like to, if I were pharaoh, I think I would make Sekhmet the top dog, so to speak, even though it's a lion, so not a dog, but the top lion.
Oh, okay. I don't want to live in some old Egyptian building, though. I mean, I want like a state-of-the-art.
Oh, but
21st century palace.
Why not?
Yeah.
I mean, it has to have some. It has to have. Have you seen the architecture with like an open atrium with a pool in the middle?
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh-huh. So it's
something
not
like
so
you'd
bad.
have in Dubai or something.
Yeah. Exactly.
In fact, we'll vacation in Dubai.
But Aaron will be the sun god.
Sure.
Why not? If he wants to.
He identifies as the sun god. That's his identity.
I'd worship him.
I think he would be kind of not comfortable with being worshipped, though.
What if you threw a bunch of money in with it?
Oh, then maybe. And if he could have as many snakes as he wanted, and he
Oh,
can
yeah.
have all the snakes. I don't want any of them. I'll tell you
He
that
can have
much.
all the snakes, and he just has to be worshipped as a god, and we'll pay him $5 million a year.
Easy, no problem. Egypt
I'd do
is
it
the
for
last
that.
go.
Do you want to live there, Logan?
I don't know. Do you?
What? We have painted the perfect picture of the perfect country, the perfect nation on the earth, the perfect culture. And you
Indoor
don't
pool?
Oh.
Indoor
What
pool.
about
Jacuzzi?
would Ken Hovel be in the jacuzzi? Then no.
No.
Kent
He's
loves
banned.
jacuzzi.
He would
Yeah,
be
he's
dressed in
banned.
that. He'd be dressed in that outfit that you dressed him in, and he would feed me grapes and fan me with a palm frond,
The ostrich feather.
an ostrich feather, right?
Would you have him dance for you?
And tickle me with it every now and again.
Would you have him dance for you?
You sleep alone.
Deviant Kent's coming over tonight to tickle me with the feather. Can you go to the movies?
Would you have him
I
dance for you?
Would I what?
Have him dance?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I would.
Like a little monkey.
Well, remember those guys like in the Old West where go dance and they shoot the bullets into the ground at their feet so they
What if
dance.
Achilles from the Greeks, ancient Greeks, leads them to come over to try to take over?
Oh, he wouldn't be able to.
Our Navy would intercept him.
Yeah.
He'd be lucky if we don't take them over.
What if
Not
Stephen?
to mention our charioteers.
Right.
What if
Our chariots have knives sticking out of the wheels, and they'll just even if they pass close by to you, they'll cut off a person's leg just like that.
Mm-hmm. Cut the hamstrings, so they just
Right.
wobble around and fall down.
You don't mess with this empire.
Will you take care of his heel?
No.
I'll take care of him completely.
But what if he falls you off the flat Earth?
I'll push him off the flat Earth.
You fall on the turtle.
No, not the toy.
The what?
The toy. The toy.
Oh, the turtle?
Yeah.
Supposedly it's turtles all the way down, Logan.
Yeah, right. The flat Earth balances on 4 elephants that stands on the back of a giant toy.
But what if
Right.
what if it would turn out to be Lupin who holds the Earth up? The
Oh,
mighty.
I wouldn't trust him. I would not trust him. He would run
Yeah,
away.
try to get him replaced.
What do you like and dislike about Trey Smith?
I'm entertained by the guy's videos, so I don't really have any sort of criticism. I mean, I think it's all pseudoscience, not even pseudoscience. He's just stating a bunch of unrelated, unrelated nonsense. But I have to say that I'm interested in that kind of stuff.
What about you, Miss Outcast? What do you think of him?
Well, I think he would do much better in some kind of institution.
Oh.
But I mean, if he was just some guy with nutty ideas, I wouldn't care. But when it's someone who other people look up to and believe that he actually has something of importance to say, that worries me.
Yeah, it's kind of on them though, and not on him.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, he can put any idea he wants out there, and it's their responsibility to. I mean, we just saw that Lupin actually believes that guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought it was kind of a joke when somebody was saying it the other day. Maybe it was you, Logan, but
Yeah.
he played that video himself, and I mean, we could have spent hours refuting that video. Pretty easily, as a matter of fact. I mean,
yeah, unfortunately, I don't think the video player himself would really. I have noticed a running theme that is some people don't need any evidence whatsoever. They just have to like say a thing, and it's reality, it's truth. While others can show evidence and it's not evidence.
but it looks like evidence
Yeah.
from
I mean,
somebody that's not really discerning, or I mean, their creation science evidence can appear like evidence, but it's not. And I think there's people that do that really well.
Oh yeah, and I guess from that perspective, maybe this whatever Trey guys, he's not as bad as some of the others, because of the way he acts. I think it's a very special kind of person it takes to actually buy into it, or someone who's already primed to believe that sort of thing. But I don't think he attracts any significant amount of new believers or new acolytes.
I wouldn't think so, though. You know, there is definitely an upswing in flat earthers since all these debates have started, and I don't know. I think a lot of people have. They were already creationists for the most part, but
I
but since
thought
all this conspiracy stuff, they seem to accept the flat Earth, which is a big conspiracy.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. That.
What?
I mean, I thought the flat Earth was kind of dying down, and it was for a couple of years. And then in the last, like, 1.5 years, maybe, it's been reignited somehow.
Now there's a community involved with it, and I think people like to be in a community, and so
Of course.
you know, people are debating these flat earthers like there's you know, like the position actually has some merit, and those debates on modern day debate get sometimes over 1,000 live viewers at any one time. They're the most popular debates. And that's why I don't like when people debate flat Earth on that. You know, I think I've had this discussion with Mark Reed before, but of course it gets attention for for everybody's channel and stuff. But
Ooh, what have Claude versus Lupin over evolution versus creation?
ask him. Ask him.
Because he wanted Adonai wanted evolution.
What's going?
How you been?
Well, I
It's
don't have any.
growing back. It's growing back a little bit.
Huh?
It's growing back a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, not yet.
Cowboy.
I feel younger, so
It's
that's
like
what
2 days ago.
Lupin wanted an evolutionist to come on his show that night, so maybe I could see he could debate Claude over creation versus evolution.
I'll have another discussion with him at some point.
Yeah. What do you think, Mark Stoney? Mark the Stone?
Claude and Lupin?
Yeah.
What?
It would be entertaining.
Yeah, the entertainment value's there. And I was gonna say, you know, I think a lot of these views that the flat Earth shows are getting are probably people just tuning in for the comedic value of it, because it's laughable. It really is. It's I don't understand how people think that we live on a flat plane when every other celestial body that we can observe is spherical in shape.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. It's not logical that would be the way it is. And I believe that the Christians that believe in a flat Earth take huge stretches to come to that conclusion with the passages they use. And in my opinion, to use those passages for a flat Earth theory is taken away from the original intent. And yeah, it's not good.
Do you think they're heretics?
No, it's nothing like that.
Why do you think Trey is a heretic?
His theology is very Arminian in nature, very imminent rapture kind of. We're all about to get taken out of here. It's stupid. It's just not. It's not what the Bible teaches. It's not a healthy view on society and the world. It's hopeless. It's just depressing to think, oh well, you know, everybody could be dead tomorrow, and this whole life we have is just pointless. Like, what are you living for? You know?
Yeah. I think Kelly seems sad about it.
Yeah, you can tell he's got some sorrow in his speech when he's going on about this stuff. Like that time he's saying he puts all of his effort into getting to this arc, but then he never describes what this arc is, but he's so passionate about it. It's like, why dude, just explain why.
Yeah.
But no, it just is. It's just like a matter of fact to him, and that's unfortunate because people that are that sold on an ideology or a position, their dogmatism pretty much rules the day, and it's hard to come out of that.
Do you think that's why he doesn't believe in monkeys?
Yeah. It's gotta be.
I mean, what came first? His distancing himself from people in his life, and then he latched on to a theology that he could do that with, or did the theology come first and then the distancing to close members or like women, for example, or which of those do you think came first for him?
Well, for me, I can't speak for Achilles, but I know when I was first getting involved with Kent Hovind, learning about his stuff, I was already a futurist. Like, I was ready for the rapture. I would sit in my bedroom at night and just pray for it to happen. Like, take me, let's go. I'm done with this. There's no point. Like, it takes all the hope out of your future. It really does. But that's kind of what drew me to Kent, because he shared that same end times mentality, that doom and gloom, we need to like prep for the end and all this. So like I was like, hey, this seems like a pretty safe place. You know, we're out in the middle of nowhere. We're not going to have violent robber gangs running the streets trying to take our supplies and whatnot. And I'm coming from like a suburban area in the suburbs of Birmingham, Alabama. So to go from a fairly densely populated area to 30 people in the whole town was a big change, and it felt safe. It felt safe to get away from the world, so to speak. But you can't escape the world. We're in it. We got to deal with it. There's problems that need to be addressed. There's people that need help, and there's homeless people. There's hungry people. There's hurting people, and to have the mentality that well, the world's going to end tomorrow anyway, so why even bother? Is sick. It's disgusting, and it's so off-putting to me now. It's almost offensive.
Do you think Kent used that? Do you think Kent really believes that doomsday mentality, or is he just using it as a fear tactic to control his people?
Well, I mean, what's he doing? He's building. Why does he keep building if it's all going to end?
Right.
No, he can't. I don't think anybody can really believe it if they have children, if they're, saving for the future, if they have any kind of savings whatsoever. Like it's so counterintuitive to the belief if you're going to raise kids, if you're going to, provide for the future or do anything in that kind of wheelhouse. Like it's counterproductive to the theology.
Mark,
like why prepare when there's nothing to prepare for?
Mark,
Doesn't
you
make
ever
sense.
had someone say you look like a gangster?
Gangster?
Yeah.
You're the only gangster around here.
Oh. Are you sure?
Yeah.
You always remind me of a cowboy.
Cowboy? I ain't even got a hat on.
Oh.
I got my boots though. Yep. I got the boots on. Okay, boots. Yeah. They're not cowboy boots, so I don't think they count.
Dang. No, that doesn't count.
Did you talk to the cop about Scott Power being that close?
I can't do anything until tomorrow, and I'm going to go to the courthouse and get a harassment protection order.
Okay.
Because that's pretty much all I can get at this point. But it's going to make sure he doesn't come anywhere near us.
Oh, that's good.
Hey, Grace.
Amazing Grace. What? Cowboy. Big
Howdy.
Oh, very nice. Very nice.
Nice
No,
to meet
that's a
you.
hat.
That's a Stetson.
Ooh.
You sound like a cowboy.
That's a good look for you.
You're
It really
dang
is.
right I do, Gangster Ghost.
Oh, you sound like Elliot. What is that guy's name? He was in Tombstone. Elliot?
The creationist cowboy.
Name Ellen?
Good one. Which one, Logan and Tombstone?
Yeah, Alan. I forgot his name. He had a white beard. I think he was in the Hawk movies. I'm not sure. He had a white beard.
Well, Alan Alda.
No, he was in
Alan
Tombstone.
Alda.
What role did he play in Tombstone?
He's the friend. He's not the main guy or Doc Hollywood or.
Oh, okay. Yes. Sam Shepard. Sam Elliott.
Yeah, that's it. You kind of sound like him.
Thank you.
What if you are him?
I'm not.
Oh, okay.
No, that's creationist cowboy. Yeah. You got to have that one. That's a new one.
Sam. Yeah, that is a good one.
Crybaby's
That is a
daddy.
good one. Sam Elliott is married to Catherine Ross, who was in the movie Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, if you remember, the girlfriend of Sundance.
Oh, is she related to Jim Ross?
I don't think so. But she was in some pretty good movies back in the day. She was in the Stepford Wives.
Oh, the original.
The original.
The original was a horror movie, but the remake was not as good.
Yeah, the original. I mean, the remake was like Nicole Kidman or something, wasn't it?
Yeah. and he even had Christopher Walken's in it.
Okay.
I like Christopher Walken.
Yeah,
Yeah.
who could not like him?
He's an awesome actor.
Do you like him
Yeah.
in The Prophecy? He played Archangel Gabriel.
Hey, you're talking to my guy all wrong here. You better stop it before I stab you in the face with a soldering iron.
Yeah, he was in that. Did you see that movie?
Which one?
The Prophecy. Do you think he could have been in the Second War in Heaven?
No.
That caused Judas to turn into Dracula?
What?
It's possible. It's very possible.
Sure, why not?
Have you ever seen that movie, Dracula 2000?
Mm-mm.
I haven't.
In that movie, Judas turned out to be Dracula turns out to be Judas. God turned him into a vampire.
I remember you asked Faithful about it, and she was shocked.
Only one who recognized that movie is Brother Pike.
He saw that movie?
Yeah, he said he saw it as a kid.
Of course, he was a heavy metaler back in the day, he said, and had long hair, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Long-haired hippie.
Yeah, no, I don't think he was a hippie. I really
Heavy
think he was a metalhead.
Oh, yeah. He said he saw that movie, Dracula 2000. Yeah. You ever heard of it? I heard it's supposed to be an old legend that Judas became Dracula.
How do you flip the
I've
camera?
never heard that.
No,
Dracula.
never.
I mean, Dracula was what Vlad the Impaler, but he's considered a European hero in many ways by keeping the Turks out of Europe. But of course, he impaled entire villages of people and gypsies and did all sorts of horrible things. But he was a war hero, according to I think the Hungarians or the Romanians. Hi, Grace.
Amazing
Romanian.
Grace.
Hi, Grace.
My good puppy dog. Grace, everybody's about
Oh.
to say, look. Look,
Hey,
Grace.
Grace.
Look.
Good girl.
Hello.
She's a good girl.
Hello. Is she snoring?
She's smelling the air. That's her favorite.
Did you do your
I gotta get
Wi-Fi
my phone
thing,
on the
Mark?
charger. Hang on. I got 5%.
Oh no.
What'd you say, Big Bad Mama?
Did you do your Wi-Fi thing?
No, not yet. I've got to reconfigure a lot of stuff.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see.
Later. I got to move some stuff. I installed that Ring doorbell yesterday, and my Wi-Fi router was in my bedroom, but I wasn't getting a good signal to my doorbell, so I gotta redo all that. I gotta move everything, but it'll be all right.
I like to see host a debate between Lupin versus Claude.
Let's get it going. Yeah.
Well, discussion between those two over evolution versus creation. I
I'm gonna
thought.
switch back over to my PC because my phone's dying.
Oh.
No.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Good.
I thought that time when the evidence for creation, I thought he kind of did the best. Remember that show, Evidence for Creation? I thought he was the best, one, the best evidence. What do you think, Big Bad Mama?
You think Claude gave the best evidence?
No, I mean for creation, I thought Lupin did a good job.
Oh, okay. I don't remember the show.
No, remember you and Claude host Evidence for Creation?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. And did Lupin come on there? I have no.
Yeah.
I don't even remember. Oh, I do remember this actually. I think
he brought.
I remember we did Deviant, and I did a show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Claude and I did one on. Yeah, on Noah's Ark, didn't we, or something? Or I'd have to remember.
Two of them. One, you did a response to Stephen and them. Second one you had for Evidence for Creation. I thought the one who did the best job on there.
Oh,
Brother Pike was Lupin.
Oh, okay.
Pizza poop.
Well,
can't help
Deviant and I did
You
a
have to say it
response
every
to
time.
Kent Hovind's debate, and then I
Right.
didn't Lupin or Dustin come into the
That one Lupin did,
Right.
but the one where you
okay.
did the response to Stephen and them, Dustin came in.
Okay.
The evidence for creation, Lupin came on there too.
Oh, okay. I remember now.
That's the one where Mark, did you remember this? That's the one where I don't it was crazy when Claude leave to let someone else in. Luke does it start very calm and then just snap and go it's crazy. This is just so funny.
The show was going so smooth. It was like Claude and I, and then all of a sudden Logan throws us a curveball and Dustin just shows up out of nowhere, and it's like we're reviewing. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Logan, but that's what I recall.
Oh, that's the response video.
Oh,
Sorry
the
about
response video.
I
Okay.
tell you what,
It
I've
was
been
funny.
in a few discussions with a few different folks, and there's been a time or two where Logan's little left field commentaries saved my butt. Like, I'm getting into deep territory. I don't even know what to say anymore. And here comes Logan. Oh, what do you think about the Ghostbusters remake? Oh man, that was a terrible movie. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but just wait till you're in a conversation, Mark, with somebody, and then he lets Dustin into the middle of it.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. I'm just busting your chops, Logan.
But you don't have to worry about Dustin. He doesn't like me anymore.
Oh, it has nothing to do with you.
Oh no, he doesn't like himself. So
That's exactly it.
and I
But,
get that, you know.
that one here's the other one, evidence for creation. At first, Dustin was very calm with Miss Outcast. They just snap and go crazy at Claw. Say frog, frog. It was so
Yeah, he turned on the dime there.
He does that.
Yeah.
It's fascinating to watch him.
And I don't do that. I've never done that in my life, like be able to turn like and just like lose my temper all of a sudden, like to people that
No.
especially people you don't even know really. I mean, yeah, it's just not in my world. I've just never been around anybody like that.
What do you think, Mark?
I was pretty close to that yesterday, and for no reason. Like I was just, I was like, "Are y'all screwing with me?"
Yeah, what were you?
Oh.
It's like, yeah, Deviant and who? It was me,
Mr. Logo,
Deviant,
I
and
think.
yeah, Mr. Logan. We're all screwing with you at the same time. We've made this plan to.
It's what it felt like, and I've never felt like
Are you
paranoid
guys
like
messing
that.
with me? I'm leaving now.
I wasn't like I was frustrated, and I didn't want to start getting
I
ugly
hate you
because
guys.
no, it's not like that. It wasn't like that. But I was having.
That's what I heard.
I know. I know what I said, and I'm telling you, I was getting frustrated. But it wasn't so much with you guys as it was me trying to fix like 14 different things at once and
Yeah.
trying to test. And I would like mid-sentence, we can hear you now, and I would finish my question, and then there'd be dead silence. I'm like, really?
Well, you were first of all, you had two Mark Stonies that were talking to each other.
Yeah.
Dude,
One was in
it was
one corner and one was in the other corner, and they were talking to each other. And then we would say something, and there'd be silence, and then we'd start talking again, and you'd respond to the whatever we said like 10 seconds earlier.
There
And
must have been
then
a delay.
and it was kind of funny because it was your show, and it was like everybody else is like speaking, and Mark just can't.
I couldn't deal with it. Like my brain was going into like frazzled mode. Nothing was making sense. I felt like I was getting ganged up on by technology and my friends.
I'll kill you all.
No, look, I would never go. I would never go there. Like, look, I'm human. My feelings get hurt sometimes, and I could not figure out what was going on either end of the situation, and I was getting frustrated. I'm sorry that
I guess I over exaggerated what I heard, but
No,
yeah, I would
it,
say you do. I did not take it that way.
I really,
right.
I felt like
We
I was
heard
showing
two
my ass.
different. We
I
heard
didn't
two different things.
Yeah.
I was unhappy with my behavior. Honestly, I was getting upset and I was showing my ass, and I apologize for that.
That's
Oh,
all right.
you don't have to apologize at all. It was all a good time.
Oh yeah, and we got the thing going back again too, so that was good.
I was there for like 2.5 hours on both of those streams, and it's like probably that was like maybe a third of the entire show or something, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, something.
Yesterday?
The
Yeah.
first video was 43 minutes, and the second one was 9 hours and
Oh my gosh! So I was there for
X
like just a
hours or
fraction.
minutes.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
went on forever.
I was there, I think.
You were there. You were there.
Yeah.
But I
And
can say I have
thought you
no
were the
idea
ringleader,
when.
Oh no, we
I
had
have
some
no
good
idea when
discussions.
anyone.
I really enjoyed that, looking at that Mr. Logo footage again.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a good one. And
The stump stuff, I couldn't. I don't really know what his position is on anything. So it was kind of hard for me to respond to him because I've never really listened to his eschatology even, or let alone his scientific beliefs.
well, we were
I wonder
talking.
why.
Stump and I were talking on predestination because he's very
Oh, right.
against predestination. So I wanted to go to one of the chapters that has the word predestination, all there, like it's all over it, and that would have been the chapter in Ephesians we were talking about, and then in Romans too. Wait, Romans was the other day, or was it? I don't know. That was a long stream. But yeah, he doesn't want to look at what the scripture says. He just wants to say, no, that's for everybody. And like what he was implying is that I'm wasting my time even mentioning the gospel to anybody because God's already decided. But that's not what the Bible says. I mean, yes, he's already decided, but it's our job to seek out those that are lost. The elect are not, they're not born knowing they're the elect, because Jesus said you have to be born again. And that transformation, according to scripture, only happens when somebody hears the gospel. So if you don't get the gospel to somebody and they never hear it and they were elect, then God's failed, because he's called people to preach the gospel. I mean, it's not on us. It's not our job as ministers or evangelists or preachers or whatever. And I'm none of those things, but it's not our job to save people. I can put a sign up, a bridge out ahead sign up, but I can't stop the driver. I can inform them. I can inform them the dangers ahead, but it's not my job for the other person to acknowledge those dangers. That's God's job. That's their job. But Stump doesn't like that. Stump thinks that anybody and everybody are elect if they so choose to be, and that's just nonsense. But yeah, that's Stump in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Ultimately, it's Stump that wants the glory for his decision to become a Christian. But what Jesus said is, "You did not choose me, but I chose you." So there's some very problematic contradictions in that whole theology, the free will, the free willers, which is funny because I believe in free will too. Just not deterministic free will. Like it was not my decision to be Mark Stoney.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm positive that was never I wasn't involved in that decision making process. I was just brought into it. So like, there's certain things that we just don't. Our will is impotent to affect, and salvation is one of those things.
Are you born that way?
Yeah, absolutely.
What do you have free will to do?
Pretty much anything except determine your fate.
So you can fly?
Yeah, can you fly?
No. That's absolutely. Well, I mean, yeah. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I can use my free will to fly. I can get online, go to the Delta website, book a ticket.
I mean,
And
just your body, with your body, can you just take off and fly?
no, I'm not Adam Lore.
So, how much if we're in this time and particular space in these, what I consider 8 bodies, what true free will do we have apart from a subjective free will that we can do anything we want in our mind?
Oh, our mind is ours. We have full agency over our mind.
I agree. But objectively, what can you do? Can you hop 100 yards? Can you? You're in Walla Walla, Washington, and you're in a human body.
Yeah.
And in the year 2024, so you can't go back in time. You can't go forward in time. You can't leave your body.
Yep.
You can't leave your space really without, just like that. So I always wondered how, when people say that we have free will, what are they really talking about if it's not just subjective free will?
And what I like to ask is, free from what?
From the Illuminati. I have something. What if would you have free will to like if they invent a time machine, go back in time?
Our will affects our decisions. It affects our actions. It even drives our thoughts. Our will is part of our nature. It's what you're naturally inclined towards. So if you're an artist, you have a will to create beautiful art, and you act on that. But that's not the same as deterministic free will. That's not the same as absolute free will, like Big Bad Mama's talking about. You can't just want to be a billionaire and it happen. You can't just want to go on, an extravagant vacation. I mean, these things are possible, yeah, but there are always going to be external factors that play into the ultimate achieval of that. Yeah, say I want to be a billionaire, but if I never have an opportunity to reach that goal, I mean, my will is pretty powerless to achieve it. And there has to be opportunity. There has to be action too. You can't just sit idly by and want stuff to happen.
What if
you got to make it happen?
What if you want a will to be 5 years old again?
Doesn't work that way.
Well, 20 again.
Nope. I will to take this next breath.
But that seems to me a pretty limited free will. Then is what my point is. It's a will within several constraining factors that physically, chemically, what have you, constrain us from real free will. We have free will within what we've created of our lives in our current circumstance.
Yeah.
Well, what if they invent a time machine where you can go back in time? Would you have the will to do that?
What year would you go back to, Logan?
I don't know. First, I'll find out the.
Come on, I'm asking you a question, Logan. What year would you go back to?
Yeah.
I would look into a what's it called? The lottery.
Good answer. That's a good answer.
You get that you go back just long enough to, or go forward, or you'd have to figure that out how you get the numbers for the lottery.
I think time travel, you only could go back in time because the future have it happen. What do you think?
Oh, okay. Yeah, but if you go back in the past, then you'll influence something, and it'll be like the butterfly effect, and
Right.
you'll come back to the present, and
Everything.
Donald Trump will be president. Oh, sorry, that already happened.
Hey, yeah, like, okay. That did happen.
What if I went back in time and
I tell you what, that was a crazy few years, because I was at Dinosaur Adventureland pretty much the whole time.
Ooh,
I didn't even really
double
get to
whammy.
experience the Trump presidency.
what if
Oh,
I
you're
went back
lucky.
in time and took Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden and sent them to the moon?
Harry Clinton. Who's this Harry Clinton?
You basically kill them, is what you're saying.
No, send them and take them, bring them to now times.
Oh, okay. Interesting. When I went to Dinosaur Adventureland, Kent was wearing a hoodie, a red hoodie, and on the back of the hoodie it had all the Trump children in order and with their presidential term underneath each of the kids' names, and it went like, until 2050 or whatever.
I have some insight to that, all right? So you know how ministries aren't supposed to like really get involved in politics. Like a pastor can't make an outright endorsement of a candidate.
Right.
And so, well, what they did, because Steve has his IT or CSE and IT productions, right? So he's got this little shell company. Steve ordered 10,000 of those hoodies, right? And he was going to take them to, well, when Trump was going to get supposedly reelected, he was going to be there January 6th to sell these hoodies. There was one problem, though. They were all misspelled. Where it says "Keep America Great Again," it's spelled "Keep America Great Again."
Oh.
10,000 hoodies with America misspelled.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a good
And
use of ministry money, right?
right, and like the hoodies, they were just all given away because you can't sell that. It's embarrassing.
Of course not.
Was it on the back of the hoodie that it said that, Mark?
Yeah. It
Okay,
sure was.
were they red?
Yep. I can probably find a picture.
Well, I have a photo. I took a photo of Kent's back when he was feeding the pigs.
Really?
Yeah, so I do have a picture of that. Yeah, I'll have to find it. I'll have to find it.
Look at your Facebook Messenger. I'm sending it to you right now. There it is.
I didn't know.
CIA. CIA. Wow. 10,000 of those things. Stupid.
Wow.
Stupid. It was either 10,000 hoodies or $10,000 worth of hoodies, which there's going to be a big difference in the.
That sounds more likely.
Yeah, but there were boxes. There were boxes and boxes and boxes of these hoodies that sat out outside after I pointed out that they were misspelled. Oh man, I really pissed in their Cheerios when I saw that, because I noticed stuff like that. I don't know why. I'm very observant, and I actually pay attention to what I'm reading. And Steve was showing off these shirts, and I just looked at it. I was like, that's misspelled, right? And he looked at it, and his eyes got wide, his jaw dropped, and because he did. He ordered so many of these. Epic fail.
Epic failure at Dinosaur Adventureland.
Can you share that on your screen, Big Bad Mama?
I mean,
Are you on your phone? Oh crap.
I'm on my phone.
Yeah, you ought to be able to share your picture then. I don't know how, but
Oh, yeah. So the one I took of Kent, you mean?
yeah, either that or the one that I sent you with the misspelling. I wonder if
I'm looking on my computer now to find if I can find the one I have of Kent to see if it's the same thing. I don't know how to share. Oh, there we go. Okay, let me see if I can do that.
you ought to be able to share your whole screen and then just swipe up and to the right and be able to pick up what you were looking at last. If you have an iPhone, I don't know. Do you have an iPhone? Big Bad Mama.
Big bad mama, where did you go?
Yeah, it says I'm unable to share my
Okay.
screen.
Here, I can do it. It just takes a second. Da-dum, 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 da-dum. I'll Facebook message it to myself. Oh, I don't even have to resend it. I can just pull it up where I send it to you. I pulled it up on my phone because it was a picture I took, but I sent it to Messenger, so I should be able to just. Yeah, this is gonna work just fine. 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. There we go.
The more time passes.
There we go.
Mercy.
That's funny.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's a product of your donation dollars right there. If you're in the 777 Club, or if you've ever donated to Kent, Dan Posey, keep a mercy a great, bro. Yeah. So that's hilarious.
And Achilles.
Epic fail.
Achilles.
Hey Deviant,
Right.
remember how I told you yesterday how your avatar seemed like it had a scan line refresh thing going on? It's
Yeah.
doing that again. Yeah. Every
What?
now and then it looks like this kind of now it's not. It just did it when I started talking. Oh well.
Sorry.
That's weird.
How's the
Because
weirdo?
right now I don't have any issues with the sound or
There it goes. There it goes.
Huh? I
Did y'all see that?
there. No. I see nothing.
Okay. Well, I see it. But I mean, it's not like it's bad or anything. It's just
No, but it's
I have a problem.
weird.
Okay. I noticed the most random things
Sorry.
and miss the obvious so much.
Well, I'm sad to say you're not alone.
Yeah, this is pretty common. I lost one of my balls. My little magnetic balls. Oh crap.
Balls?
Well, I had 6, all right? And I bought these in Arizona. Not Arizona, in Nevada when I was going through. Right there near the Area 51 and everything on what is it? Highway 50, I think. Is that right, Big Bad Mama? It goes near like Area 51 and Roswell and all that.
Yeah, Highway 50 is a little north of there.
Oh, okay.
You were going down the Highway 95 probably toward Vegas, right, from the north.
I didn't. Well, yeah, I did come through Vegas. I took different routes because I was going, and this particular route was on my way back. So I was going from south to north when I got these, and it was right there where all the the little congregation of gift shops, and it's all about Area 51. They got all the little alien souvenirs and everything. Somewhere in that area, I think it was near Roswell anyway. But yeah, I picked up these awesome little magnetic balls, and they're like my favorite little toy. But I've lost 2 of them.
Oh no!
I lost me balls.
You were just using
Blood
them
balls.
yesterday.
I have 4 right now.
Yeah, you lost some since yesterday. It sounds
Right.
like.
Yeah. Well, they're magnetic, but like if I drop them or if one of them comes attached, there's no telling where they go. And like I've had them like bounce and get stuck to the bottom of my desk because it's metal, and like I found it weeks later. I'm like, oh, there it is. So they do whatever they want. My little bowls.
Oh.
What
Yes.
are they made of?
I think they're just hardened steel that had been magnetized, but I'm not sure honestly because there's some kind of they're definitely ferrous metal. They're not neodymium, but they're very hard, and like you know how like magnets that are made of like ferrite or whatever, they're
Yeah.
very brittle, and they'll chip off. These don't do that. They're very very hard, like ball bearings.
Hmm.
I lost them. I lost them all. They're all gone.
Sorry.
It's all good. Don't you just hate it when you lose a ball? I mean,
It's not very common around these parts, I think.
oh, well, you don't have any balls.
Well, it's one of very, 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 very few pros about being a woman.
What are you talking about? Having balls is great. They just kind of hang out there. It's where all the pee is stored.
Yeah, but I can't lose them. I can't lose them.
Yeah, I guess not. And I mean, you know, everybody and their little nanobots that they have inside of them, you just might get one sawed off. I knew a guy once. I knew a guy once that said he had nanobots in him, and that the CIA or Russia or both had him strapped to a table, and there were Nazi doctors laughing at him while this was going on, and they
Oh, this sounds horrible.
yeah. So the Nazi doctors were laughing, and he was strapped to the table, fully conscious, fully awake. But they weren't touching him, you know, they were just controlling the nanobots. And the nanobots went and put their little surgical attire on in their little prep room, wherever they stay in the body. I don't know, probably in the
Oh,
balls. But
yeah,
yeah,
probably.
they
Most
just got to
likely.
work and just started severing, you know, the tenuous material, the ligaments, the whatever connects the balls to the shaft and all. But yeah,
Jeez.
Okay, so
that's
and these were Russian Nazis.
no,
No.
it was the Russian Nazi CIA.
Okay. Oh, geez, those are the worst people.
Right.
I hate when that happens.
And listen, if you ever run into a Nazi CIA agent who is also a Russian, just you know, you might want to go stand in like a microwave or something and go ahead and get those nanobots obliterated.
Yeah, I got to get myself a bigger microwave.
I told Skylar that I would build like a microwave gun and see if I couldn't, you know, destroy them that way.
Delousing?
More like degousing, but yeah. And I even have a little I took apart a microwave. I've got a magnetron. I've got a transformer. I could build it. I could, but he doesn't want me to shoot high powered microwaves into his body. You know,
That's
even though there's mechanical parasites that could cut his other testicle off, I guess he'd rather just
right.
have that happen, risk that.
What do you think,
Poor guy.
Big Bad Mama?
Yeah.
Are you there?
What? What?
Our big bad mama. I think it's crazy.
Big Bad Mama went away. Why did Big Bad
Big
Mama
bad
went
mama
away?
ran away. Brave, 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 big
Brave
bad
Big
mama.
Mama.
I know y'all seen Monty Python and the Holy Grail when
Of
Sir
course.
Robin ran away.
Of course.
I want to play that every time somebody bows out when they're talking to me, like Stump did. You know, when he was starting to get a little frustrated, explaining to me how predestination isn't real. He just says, "Well, I gotta go," and then I'll just play "Brave Sir Robin ran away." I gotta pull it up
Brave,
now. That
brave, brave. Sir Stump, don't sir him. He will get No, I won't say what he will get. Why did he? What he want? Why did he? Why do you do this, Big Bad Mama? Why do you treat us this way?
Probably his phone died on him or something.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Or at least I tell myself that so I don't have to cry myself asleep at night. The horror.
Ooh. What are we gasping for this time?
I don't know.
Oh,
What
there's no Big Bad Mama. That's what.
What if you two get married?
Dum, bum, ba, bum,
Would
bum,
you like
bum,
to
ba, bum.
be Miss or Mrs. Stoney?
Well, we'd have to figure out who's changing nationality, or who's
Right.
becoming a dual citizen.
Yeah. That's the first step.
And then, and once Deviant gets to know me, this is what's going to happen. He's buggered off.
What would you name him? Mark Jr.? Oh, be Vivinant Stoney.
Big Bad Stoney. See? He buggered off. Mark, why did you bugger off? Buggers.
Oh,
They all fled. That's not cool.
Yeah, Mark.
Wait.
Have son, you can name him Marcus.
I just thought it would be
Mark.
hilarious if after Brave Sir Robin ran away, I would also run away.
It kind of was.
Yeah.
Mark.
Brave Sir Mark, he ran away. I did not. I did no such thing.
I know.
Mark, what do you do if?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, would you ever like to debate one of those stump with them over preterism?
I've had a couple of conversations with Stump about, well, his thing is he doesn't like Calvinism more than anything. But he doesn't listen. He gets upset when you don't let him interrupt you, and then he says that you interrupted him, and then he says, "Oh, well, that's just part of your personality."
Mm-hmm.
And I was dumbfounded when that happened. I'm like, "Are you what?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no worries."
Yeah, no, in my humble opinion, Stump isn't worthy to have a conversation with because he cannot have a conversation. He can pontificate.
Yes, he
Oh,
can.
Mark, what
but
about?
He can't hold a conversation.
Oh, Mark, what if you had a debate with? I don't know. That guy Jesse Morrell. He said that God's not an author of sin. He's that against Calvinism. What do you think?
God's not the author of sin.
He said that Calvinism says he is, I guess. Is that what he said?
That's a straw man. Egypt didn't build nuclear bombs, okay?
No?
It's a straw man, right?
Oh.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with the argument. That was a poor example, but it's really that absurd to say something like that because it's not a claim that I make. It's not a claim that predestinationists make or Calvinists. It's just not. We don't say God is the author of sin. No, none of us say that. So that is a straw man argument.
You like to see his video?
Do I have a choice? Do I have the free will to decline this offer?
Yeah.
I have that. Yes, I do have that free will, and I'm gonna say go ahead and play it because I'm curious, and my nature of curiosity has spoken in the form of a confirmation to your question.
Could you say that in a bit more of a convoluted way?
Well, see, I'm trying to talk on Stump's level because he may be listening. So I'm just gonna beat
Yeah.
around the bush and never say anything ultimately.
That's good. That's good. I think you will appreciate that.
I'm practicing, you know. I'm trying to get in
Yeah.
the stump. I'm trying to get stumpified. Similar to stupefied, but different because it's way
Very
worse.
close. Very close.
Yeah, this is his video. The one guy. He's a magical leprechaun.
Mm-hmm.
What was he?
Look, he's in
A
the
magical little leprechaun.
Ooh.
He's after me Lucky Charms.
Is he sitting? Is he on the shitting log?
Yeah.
Did God cause the fall of Adam and Eve? Was there rebellion?
You guys pause it. Ask me to pause it if you have something to say.
Okay.
Okay.
And against his commandments, according to.
Is there like a delay, or is he just as bad as Trey Smith when talking and doing voiceovers over his already spoken stuff? It's so bad.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
He wants me of a leprechaun.
He's a happy little leprechaun sitting on a log out in the forest trying to get his Lucky Charms.
Or
He's on the
contrary
shitting
to
log.
his plan
Shitting
for their
log.
lives? Was it the will of God for them to walk down the pathway of iniquity or the trail of transgression? In order to answer these questions, we need to go back to the beginning.
I feel like I'm watching a Chinese dubbed movie where the talking
In the
doesn't match
beginning,
the mouth at all.
God created mankind in his image, according to
not what he's
Genesis
saying.
1:26. That means just as God has
What you say?
What he's saying doesn't match what he's saying, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
What you hear is not what you see.
Yeah.
Oh no.
He's not even saying the
No,
same
it's-
words.
I
It's
have
like
no
he
idea.
got like stock footage of somebody talking and then did a voiceover.
Oh. Just like
I could do that.
Smith. Or
Yeah.
Trey Parker.
Yeah, that's just the way to do it, man.
And I mean, it has to be a lag issue.
I don't
Don't you
know
think?
because I'm watching his lips and it doesn't look. I mean, unless it's like a minute apart, I'm not seeing
Like,
mouth movements that match the words that are being spoken whatsoever. Like, not only is it out of sync, it's out of the words. It's not the same words.
power
Maybe
of
he's
thought,
speaking in
or
Swedish and had to dub
Oh.
over in English. So you need to put your lip reading skills into practice and see what this Swede is talking about.
Oh, I wouldn't. No,
Okay.
he's not Swedish.
Ooh, Tic Tacs.
intelligence. And God has the power of feelings or emotions. And God has the power of self-determination or free will.
But he
So did
definitely- he's not
mankind
speaking
created in
English.
his image. We were created with all the necessary
to be another
faculties
language.
of free moral agency, all the necessary conditions of being subjects to his moral government. God created Adam and Eve morally innocent, and now they were free to determine for themselves what their character would be. If they choose what is good, they would form good moral character. If they choose what is evil, they would form evil moral character. So God created their constitution and gave them free will, but they themselves would create their moral character by how they use their free will. Jed Smock said it this way: God can create beings with the potential for virtue, but God cannot create by fiat a morally upright person. He formed Adam in his own image. That is, Adam was a sentient and rational being with the potential to be godlike in character through his moral choices.
All right, pause.
Since God created Adam and Eve capable of...
Pause. So what he's saying there is that hang on, play that last part again, because I heard something very interesting. Go back like 10 seconds.
This same guy who thinks he doesn't sin anymore.
That's a
This-
sin.
This
Lying
one?
is a sin. Yeah, like 10 seconds before where you pause it, because he said something there that I really want to make sure I hear what he said right before I say what I want to say.
Okay.
26. That means just God has the power of thought or intelligence, and God
went
has
way
the
back.
power
That's
of
okay.
feelings or emotions, and God has the power of self-determination or free will. So did mankind, created in his image. We were created with all the necessary faculties of free moral agency, all the necessary conditions of being subjects to his moral government. God created Adam and Eve morally innocent, and now they were free to determine for themselves what their character would be. If they choose what is good, they would form good moral character. If they choose what is evil, they would form evil moral character. So God created their constitution and gave them free will, but they themselves would create their moral character by how they use their free will. Jed Smock said it this way: God can create beings with the potential for virtue, but God cannot create by fiat a morally upright person. He formed Adam in his own image. That is, Adam was a sentient and rational being with the potential to be godlike in character through his moral choices.
Stop.
Since God created Adam and Eve capable
Pause.
of...
So he's saying that it was Adam's moral decision to choose his godlike character. I would say no, because the Bible says, God said, if you take of this fruit, you'll surely die. And the explanation is that they will become like one of us. So become like gods by eating the fruit from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. It wasn't Adam's moral decision making that established that. And that is what he's trying to do, is he's setting up a straw man for Calvinism. I bet this whole entire video is one big straw man for Calvinism. And that was the very first erroneous claim. Everything else he said to this point is pretty good. He seems like a pretty articulate guy. He knows his stuff. But Adam did not choose to be like gods. That's not why he took of the fruit. Adam didn't understand that at that point. It was never told him that he would be like gods. Satan said that to Eve. Lucifer said that to Eve in the garden. She didn't know what that meant either. So there was no moral dilemma here whether or not Adam wanted to be like God. He didn't even know that was an option because he didn't have knowledge of good and evil. He wouldn't even have a frame of reference for that.
Exactly.
He's completely innocent creation. So to say that this completely innocent creation, incapable of immorality, immorally chose the path of becoming like God, is against what the scripture preaches. It's not what it says. It wasn't that Adam chose to be like God. He disobeyed because he loved Eve and he didn't want to be apart from her. And Eve had already taken the bait. Eve's done. So Adam sacrificed the rest of his life so he could be with his wife. I think that is more of a love story version of Adam and Eve and everything, but I think it's applicable. But you got to think about it. Before they had the knowledge of good and evil, how can Adam make a moral decision if he didn't even know what the outcome would be? No, that's not how that works.
That has bothered me for a very long time. The whole issue with them being judged or blamed for something that they couldn't even comprehend.
They were set up.
Yeah.
No, really, they were. Like God wanted it to go that way So he put all the things in the path for them, the events to transpire the way they did. And God has, according to the Bible, he declared the end from the beginning. So none of this stuff catches God off guard. Even if he didn't predestine, the free willer still say that he had foreknowledge. And if you have foreknowledge of an event and you allow it to happen anyway, you're more morally culpable than if you had a plan for that event all along.
Of course.
It doesn't catch God off surprise, and that's exactly what these free willers are trying to imply, that it surprises God when people come to him. Like, what a
Yeah,
puny God if he can't just pick and choose who he wants.
right. I agree.
You want me to continue?
Sure.
Virtue and vice. God gave them a moral law in order to influence their choices. The moral law was not at all impossible for them to keep, since they were created in the image of God. Now, God gave them the opportunity of being obedient or disobedient by giving them a law. By forbidding the tree of knowledge, God gave Adam and Eve the opportunity of forming good moral character. See, God did not place them in the garden with the forbidden tree so that they would...
What?
No, I'm kind of driven mad by the whole idea that they were somehow, just as Mark said, I mean, if they don't have a concept of good and evil, then they cannot make a choice between good and evil. It's absurd. And it annoys me.
Sorry.
If they don't have the knowledge of good and evil, how can they make a decision based on the knowledge of good and evil?
Exact.
It's like it's all Aiden's fault.
Yes, you nailed it.
It is. It is.
Aiden, you Canuck, I swear. Continue.
Become disobedient, but so that they would have the opportunity of being obedient. Eusebius said, "Every rational soul has naturally a good free will, formed for the choice of what is good."
Pause. That's not in the Bible. That's exactly polar opposite of what the Bible says. Exactly polar opposite. We're not born with a good will nature. We're all born, according to the Bible, with an inclination to sin because that's our nature. And that's why we have to be born again. Like, this guy is just turning the Bible on its head. Who is this?
Jesse Morrell.
Okay.
He thinks he doesn't sin anymore.
That's a sin. That's sinful to have that thought.
He thinks people should be holy.
We should, but we also have to realize that we are not capable of the level of holiness that is required by the Creator. We're not. We're inferior. We're fallible. We're not. Everybody that has ever done anything unloving to someone else has sinned against God. And that's not something that God's going to let go. The Bible says no sin goes unpunished, but Jesus took that punishment. So his grace and his mercy saved us from that. But no, we have sinned, because if we could not sin anymore, we wouldn't need salvation. There'd be no point in Jesus.
And here's the thing, that Bob guy, you know who will make a good open theist who will probably like what Bob guy believed? Bob guy believed that universe and time always been, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, Adam Lord would love that.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, maybe,
yeah, go ahead.
Clement of Alexandria said, "This was the law from the first, that virtue should be the object of voluntary choice." By granting Adam and Eve the freedom of doing what is wrong, God was actually giving them the freedom of doing what is right. See, God gave them this opportunity for evil because he wanted them to do the...
Nope.
What is it?
Nope. That's not true. If you don't have a moral compass, which is the knowledge of good and evil, you cannot make a moral decision. You don't even understand what a moral decision looks like because you don't know the difference. You don't even know. That'd be like me telling you, have you ever seen the Oobly Gook?
Yeah.
How do you feel about the Oobly Gook, Logan? The Oobly Gook?
Yeah, that's Aiden.
Everybody
right?
knows about the Oogly Gook. It's like this big, great thing, but I need you to make a decision for the Oogly Gook, all right? We need to either Oobly Boop or Oobly Blop. You need to make that decision right now. Your entire life depends on it. I'm not going to tell you anything about the Oobly Boop, but you gotta do something. Act now. Go.
Is that Aiden?
That's how absurd what this guy is saying. I mean, he's given Adam and Eve either an oobly book or an oobly bark, and not explaining any context whatsoever. They're just set in this weird no choice scenario where they have to make a decision with zero information.
Oh, sorry.
This guy's whole theology has already crumbled and fallen apart in the first 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Poor fella.
Sorry.
Don't apologize, Logan. You say I'm sorry too much.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, stop it.
You want me to hear continue?
Sure.
The right thing and to form good moral character. A person only has good moral character if they could do what is wrong, but they freely choose to do what is right instead. In this way, temptation can be considered a good thing. And that's why James 1:2 says we ought to count it a joy when we are tempted. Because James 1:12 says there is a blessing for those who overcome. So the opportunity to do what is wrong is a good thing. Because every opportunity to do what is wrong is an opportunity to do what is right.
Pause. He just used the second to last book in the Bible to proof text that Adam and Eve had deterministic free will. Wow. Okay. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay.
Pelagius said, our most excellent creator wished us to be able to do either, but actually to do only one, that is, good, which he also commanded, giving us the capacity to do evil, only so that we might do his will by exercising our own. That being so, this very capacity to do evil is also good. Good, I say, because it makes the good part better by making it voluntary and independent, not bound by necessity, but free to decide for itself.
I actually agree with all of that.
Clement
but
of Rome was a
he's
companion
not
of the
making
Apostle
an
Paul.
argument. Hang on. I agree with everything this guy he just quoted said, but he's not making the claim that there was any kind of ultimate free will there. He's just saying that by virtue of there being temptation towards bad things, the avoidance of that makes the good even better. Like that's such a generalized statement, and like anybody can agree to that. Like, yeah, we should do good. Like, duh.
Didn't he quote Plato? I thought he said Plato.
I'm not sure. Maybe that's why I agreed with it, because that guy was really smart.
Yeah. And he also has nothing to do with Christian theology.
Nope. He's a philosopher.
Yep.
I think here's a video where he brought up this guy who was disciple of Paul, I think.
Yeah.
And what he said, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure he said Plato. I thought I heard him say Plato. I could be mistaken.
I thought it was like Pelagio or something. I don't know.
Okay.
In fact, Paul endorsed Clement in the scriptures in Philippians 4:3. He said Clement was a fellow laborer in the gospel.
That's the guy That's the guy I'm talking about.
And that his name was written in the book of life. This is what Clement had to say on this topic. But you say, God ought to have made us at first so that we should not have thought at all of such things. You who say this do not know what is free will, and how it is possible to be really good. That he who is good by his own choice is really good. But he who is made good by another under necessity is not really good, because he is not what he is by his own choice. Since,
Wait.
therefore, everyone's freedom...
So why even have laws? You know, why do we even need instruction in righteousness? Why do we need, you know, thou shalt not kill? Why do we need any of it if we can all just simply choose to be the best version of ourselves?
Yeah, it's a valid question.
I mean, the argument is they're making the argument that man's will is inherently good. They're all born with a good will. So if our will is good, if our will is that powerful that it's good and can impact our entire lives for good, why isn't the world like a perfect little utopian? Because if your nature is good and you can determine by your will alone that everything and every action that's ever going to, every word even that you're ever going to say is always good, like that's a very powerful will. Because I've said things that I would immediately regret that go against my will, how I want to portray myself, how I want to treat other people.
Yes.
We can't control that sometimes. We're emotional people. Our feelings get the best of us. But that has nothing to do with free will. It's the human condition. If our will was to be good, we would never be bad. Never, ever, ever.
Well, I would say our will might be to be good, but that doesn't mean that we always are, or that we always understand the consequences of our actions, or how they will be received on the other end, or how also, as you said, our emotions may screw us up so that we actually don't act the way that we wish to. I mean, yeah.
We tend to be our own worst enemies at times. I mean,
Oh,
look
no
at all the
shit.
problems. Look at all the problems in your life. Who's to blame? I mean, yes, there's some shitty people that have impacted, but you know, and not necessarily blame, but who's responsible for who you are, where you are, how you feel on a day-to-day basis? You know, that's you. That's your
No,
will to be you.
no, I think
But
it's all Claude fraud.
Yeah.
Claude Frog. Yeah, I guess we just settled it. Claude, you son of a.
Hey, I'm really hungry. I realized I have actually not eaten since
You
I
need
was.
to eat. You need to eat.
Yeah.
And I need to get outside and get some fresh air. And
Oh, right.
Logan,
Yeah.
Logan, you should go for a walk today, man.
Oh, you guys done?
I would. I think. Oh, that was almost really bad. I think so. And it's not that I don't want to go over this video with you. It's just I did a 10-hour stream, and then we've been on for 5 hours now. Go
Goodness.
go outside and get some fresh air. Smell the roses. Go pet a puppy. All right. Yeah, I am gonna go ahead. So
Yeah. Yeah, I really need to eat. It hit me like a ton of bricks, but the opposite, because there's like a giant black hole in my stomach.
But thank you for coming on, Mr. Stoney and Mrs. Outcast.
Hey, thank you for
Thank
being you,
you.
Logan.
Oh, thank
Yeah, always.
Oh,
Love
thank
you guys.
you. Bye.
Both of you. Bye.